All right, let's see if this works. Okay, did I lose you all? Oh. That's not good. Okay. So I think we had to start another. So hello everyone, I'm Rex Red. And this is EZ3DTV tutorial. We're working on, I was not for some reason getting a good connection. I'm not sure what's up with that, but we're going to try again today to do this. Okay, back here. Now, this says Genesis 3 male bone minion, convert Genesis 3 male poses to target figure. Okay. All right, this one, quickly and easily use props and accessories. So I'm very sorry that I had to disconnect there. I was about to probably get disconnected. It says we have an excellent connection now. I'm not sure what is up with that. So, yeah, this is part 2. So I'm hoping you're going to come back, people. For Bone, okay, Michael 4. Let's see what we're doing. Now, it would make sense that there wouldn't be a Genesis 9 one here, okay? Let's see. Minion. Let's just type in Minion. All right, and we have, okay, for Genesis 4. Poses for Genesis 4, for Genesis 2. Okay. Genesis 3 for Genesis 8. Genesis 4. Okay. Let's try one of these. Let's put in a male. Okay, first thing I think we're supposed to do is turn off limits. So we go here. Rotation limits have been turned off. Okay. So that makes sense. Now we go here. This Michael 4 Bone Minion, convert 4 poses to parent target. Okay, this would be 4. Victoria 4. Genesis, which is one male and female. Now what I'm seeing here is Genesis 3, but where is Genesis 8? Okay, let's go here. Bone Minion poses for Genesis 8 and 8.1. All right, let's install these. Bone Minion, Genesis 8.1, accept. All right, this just added some more. Let's see. This one is 3 male, 3 female. Okay. Well, thanks, Riversoft. Now I have them in twice. And I don't see anything about Genesis 8 here. This is terrible. Okay, now maybe they're turned off. No. All right, so we have to go back in, and now we have to delete them from the scripts. Okay. Where's the scripts? Favorites? Bone Minion. Yep, we have them in there twice, too. Okay. Where are the Genesis 8 ones? This is for Genesis 3 poses for Genesis 8 and 8.1. So, okay, maybe. All right. Now this. Apply changes to Bone Minion to the target figure. So we're going to go here to the Bone Minion. We have to figure out how to use this first, okay? So I would assume because I own all these products, I should be able to just go in and apply like a Michael 4 pose. Here, so we go to poses. And that's the thing, is I'm not sure exactly which poses are Michael 4 and which ones are not. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Yes, my neighbors are loud, but that's okay. By function, we're just gonna go standing, and we get down to this. Let's see. We're gonna go over here. We have to find a Michael 4 pose. Okay, so we're gonna go into poses by function. Okay, and standing, and then we're gonna go try Michael 4, and then we're gonna try to put this here. And this looks like a Michael 4 pose. So what happens? Okay, this says Michael 4 Bone Minion. Why is it Michael 4 Bone Minion? Okay, we're going to delete that. We're going to go here. Genesis 9. All right, why aren't the... Okay, first we have to get rid of this junk. Window, workspace. We have like extra. It put it in twice. It didn't look and say, oh, it's already there. You know, it's just, okay, toolbars, main. And where are the, okay, it says Genesis 3 female. So all of these here, and you can only do them one at a time, okay? So, okay, remove item, remove item, remove, 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 okay, remove item, okay, and I'm not seeing any other, okay, this is the other tools thing, surface selection, okay, region navigator, all right, that's the other one, HDR. Okay, and Prop Minion. Okay, we're going to apply. Accept. All right, now we got to go into menus and go into scripts. We have them duplicated there as well. No, it'd be favorites. Bone Minion. It doesn't make me want to do this again, you know, because I'm just afraid that... Okay, Victoria, we're going to keep the user's manual. Okay, so we have Michael 4, Victoria 4, Genesis. Okay, apply. It makes me think that maybe I didn't buy the right product. Okay, so this... Michael 4, Victoria 4, Genesis. I know I purchased the Bone Minion for Genesis 8. Okay, now there's a possibility. Okay, I think I just put them back. Bone Minion. Yeah, I did. And I put them back up here. I don't think I clicked accept. All right, let's try this again without getting like flipping out here. Okay, toolbars. Okay. See what happens when things are allowed to be put in there when they're redundant? Okay, we have the user's manual's got to go. Remove item. You would think that apply would do it, but no. You have to click accept. You can't just go out. Okay, apply. All right, even though that looks like it did it, it didn't, because if you just click go out, and then it will come back. Okay, so then we go to Bone Minion. You see, apparently a few times I've done this before. Now, why there's only one instance of the user's manual, I don't know, but okay, we're gonna now remove, 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 and then apply, and then accept. Okay, that writes it in. Okay, now I'm wondering if the problem is that these products didn't install properly. Okay, so if they're sitting at the bottom here, I might have to go into the install manager and uninstall them and reinstall them. Okay, so we go out of here, we go to products, we go Minion, and then we go here to just all products. No, it looks like they're all here. Okay. See, this is Bone Minion for generation poses, 4 poses for 8 and 8.1. For Genesis, Genesis 2. And then this is for Genesis poses for 8 and 8.1. Genesis 3 poses. So we've got 2. We got Genesis for 8.1. So we for everything for 8.1. Okay. But then what we're not seeing up here is the 8.1. Okay, maybe, all right, no, it's not because of that. All right, so Genesis 3 male Bone Minion, convert Genesis 3 male poses to target figure. See this, where's the 8 and 8.1? Okay, it's the 8 and 8.1 is not showing up for Genesis 9. Maybe they haven't come out with that yet. All right, so maybe this actually does that. Quickly use props accessories for any figure generation. Okay, see what I'm not seeing. Okay, Genesis Minion. Okay, so we got, what a mess. This is a mess right here. It's a complete mess. 1 of 1. So this is, okay, so for Genesis 3, Genesis 8 and 8.1 poses for Genesis. Bone Minion for Genesis 4 poses for Genesis. Okay, for Genesis 2 poses for Generation 4. Okay, I don't see anything here for Genesis poses for Genesis poses for Genesis 9. Okay. All right, this is Genesis 3 poses for Genesis 9. Okay, Genesis. Okay. Genesis 2 poses for Genesis 9. Okay, this is it. Genesis 4. Okay. Genesis 4 poses. Okay, where's the Genesis 9 bundle? Okay, Genesis 9. Okay, you can see there's a bunch of these. Minion Genesis 2 poses for Genesis 3. Now it says that okay, Genesis 2 poses for Genesis 3. See, I didn't want that. Okay, so that's why I didn't buy that. Genesis 9 poses bundle. Okay, now this is not what I want here. Okay, okay, Genesis. Okay, Bone Minion, Genesis 8 and 8.1 poses for Genesis 9. Now, if I click on this, it should tell me there's a bundle here. Ultimate Pose Converter Bundle for Genesis 9. This is the one here. 27 right now. On the fly, convert poses for your directly convert from your source generation. Stop wasting. Bone Minion will do the hard work by acting on for poses to that just in conversion of the pose to its parent Genesis 9 figure. You can directly use any pose from, okay, this is the one we need, okay? Now see, this is different. Okay, so we add this to the cart. Now see this Bone Minion for generation 4. Okay, so this goes Ultimate Pose Converter Bundle for Genesis 9. It's $20. And I think that's with all of this applied. It might be even less. No, applied. So it's actually more than that, but we've got these. Oh, Lord. Now watch, okay. Can we put... Will this work? Watch begins. Copy. Can I get 10% off this? No. I've used it already. Oops. So, all right. Now, $20 for Genesis 9. This will give us 8-1 female, 8-1 male, Michael 4. Genesis 3 female. Okay, and this is all Bone Minion for Genesis 8 for Genesis 9. Okay, so for Genesis 4. So the other one that we saw was for Genesis 9 to the other figures, like Genesis 9 poses for Genesis 8. Genesis 9 poses for Genesis 8-1. Genesis 9 poses for Genesis 4. And now this goes the other way around, where this would be our Genesis 4 poses for Genesis 9. Okay, for $20, I gotta buy this. All right, so I'm back. All right, so what we've done is purchased that. So what we're gonna do is open up our install manager, log into this, and we are going to wait until this appears now here. Our Genesis 2 poses for Genesis. Yay! Very nice. So what we're doing, we now have Genesis 4 poses for Genesis 9, 2 poses, 3, 8, and 8-1, and Bone Minion Genesis poses for Genesis 9. So all of our Genesis poses we can just put on Genesis 9. Let's see how this works. That was like 2 seconds. All right. But I'm sure there's a lot of work that went into them. Okay, so now when we do a search here for products, default minion, okay. Bone Minion poses for Genesis 9. Here we go. Utilities. Install custom actions. All right, what do we need here? I think it's going to put redundant stuff here again, of course. But we're going to do it anyway. Look at that. Okay, so we got to look and see now what redundancy we got here again. Workspace, custom, and toolbars, main. Okay, let's see. Bone Minion. These may not be redundant, okay? Genesis 3. Male, Prop Minion, male, okay, Genesis, Michael 4. See, these are all important to have here. So what we've got to do is take this out here. Okay, we're going to just accept and see what happens if we take this. All right. Then we go into favorites, Bone Minion. See, I could probably use them from here instead of having them kind of here. Let's go into window again, workspace. There's one option, other option. Okay, as we go into, okay, window, workspace, customs, okay, toolbars, menu, and what if we take this right here, add separator. No, add. Okay, this separator is not what we remove item. How do we add like a main separator, like a big one? There are other separators. Add toolbar. Okay, now can we move these? Z. All right, we go this. Okay, this did allow me to like drag down and select them all. Okay, how about if you just okay. Accept. All right, let's see what we have here now. Let's go back. Favorites window. Customize. Now we've added a new toolbar. Toolbars. Bone Minion. Main. Okay, we go like this. Like that. Oh, Lord. How do we do this? Okay, we go apply, accept. Now, where is the other toolbar? Okay. Tools, main. Okay, so we go here back into window. Workspace. Now I've just got to figure this out. Toolbars. I don't think I want this. We go here to this here. See, there's another thing. It's okay. Remove item. Okay, that's not what we want. I think that might be it. Apply. Accept. It's not there. See, it's supposed to be like a double bar that you can drag like this. See where I can drag this over here? See how I can move that? All right, maybe it is another toolbar. Okay, so we go to, all right, I think what I'm going to do is get rid of all this Bone Minion stuff. Just do the easiest way possible here. Workspace. We're going to go to customize. I'm just going to get rid of it all, and we're going to use it from our favorites. It's just too complicated to try and work with right now. And I don't like that it's taking up so much space. Remove item. Remove. remove. I probably could add them now that they've been added to my list of things. You delete it from here and it still stays here. Now once you've installed something, it always stays here, and I'll show you where it stays. So if you really want to get rid of it, you have to go in and get rid of it in a different place, and we'll get rid of this. Okay. New toolbar. Remove. Okay, and we'll apply it. And up in here where it says custom, well, all of these toolbars, everything you install goes in here. And you'll see all this Bone Minion stuff now is here. So all that Bone Minion stuff, it's there. And if you ever kind of get your library all messed up, you might have to come in and delete everything in here in order to put them in again. Sometimes they won't go in right. And so these are all the things that I've installed into. Okay, so we're going to accept. All right, now what we have when we go to favorites, there's our Bone Minion stuff. It's just much easier to get at here. So now when we want to go from, I'm going to take a Michael 4 pose. Bone Minion from Michael 4. I think this is, select the Bone Minion and apply. Okay. All right, so we have Bone Minion, Michael 4 Bone Minion. I would assume that, okay. Now I would like to have a couple of things here up here, so let's see what happens. Maybe I can put, all right, we could go here to install custom actions. Cancel that. All right, I think they're already there. Favorites, Bone Minion. All right, now we go here and we can just do these. Heavyweight Bone Minion, turn limits off, on. Okay, we'll turn all of these off. We'll put a few of them up there. Just a couple. And that. Accept. All right. These are important, I guess, I think. I'm not sure. So, now this one is to apply changes to on Bone Minion to target figure. That's important because once we put the pose on the Michael 4 Bone Minion, all right, so now we're going to find a Michael 4 pose. Try this again. All right. We didn't used to be able to search for Michael 4 poses. But now when we go into poses, okay, we go into standing. And if we type Michael 4, now it won't come up. It'll come up with everything with 4 in it and everything with 8 in it. But if I put a quote here, suddenly we have Michael 4 poses here. And this is pretty good. There's Victoria 4 ones also, but I do have a lot of Michael 4 poses. These are just, I guess, the standing ones. So we're going to put this pose now on the Bone Minion. It looks like it's there. So now when we select this and we click, I guess we, oh, now see, that didn't work. All right. Okay, now I guess we click, it went away. Oh, it applied it automatically to him. All right. So now I guess we can delete the all right. So this is there it is. It's not the best pose in the world, but it put it on him. It put that Michael 4. Let's put the Bone Minion back in again now. We go to favorites. Bone Minion. Hi, Eve. Welcome, 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 welcome. We are working with this massive, massive product called Bone Minion. And now we also have one that came out today called Prop Minion. We haven't even been able to touch the surface on that yet. Okay, so what we have is a Genesis 9 figure here in the background. And this is the Bone Minion. This is the Bone Minion for Michael 4, okay? And if you remember, Michael 4 comes in a T-pose. So now we're going to, so you have to select the Michael 4 Bone Minion. And we select this and we put that, I guess it auto-applies because it's in the, well, let's see if I did this right. Okay, now that one didn't work. I think the reason why is because I may not have had Zeke clicked. Okay, so we're going to now go and try to put this in again. Bone Minion. Okay, this is Bone Minion Michael 4. All right, it looks like we've got, all right, we've got this again. We've got a bunch of redundancy here. I'm not sure why. 8 female. Okay, we'll try this. Genesis Michael 4. We'll try this again. Okay, it says turn off limits. This is the turn off limits. Okay, we're going to try that. Oh, that was okay. Now we go here and we put this on the him. Okay, it did it. It worked. Okay, and once we get him in the pose, then you can delete the Bone Minion. But let's try a different one here. Let's try this M4 pose here. Okay, so this is how we get, and it doesn't do expressions. He did, yes, that was the first stream. Yes, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden it started saying bit rate is lower than, okay, now it's saying my bit rate is lower than it is, but if you notice, the quality is fine on my stream, so I don't believe there's any problem with the bit rate. So okay, so this is kind of cool. So we now have a Michael 4 pose on Genesis. Now I use a program that converts all the Genesis. I believe it goes back as far to Genesis 2 male and female. I mean Genesis 3 male and female, 8 male and female, 8.1 male and female, and it converts them all into Genesis 9 so that they can be just put on Genesis 9, but it doesn't go back to, I don't believe, to Genesis 2, and it doesn't go back to Michael 4. And if you go into the store and you look up Victoria and Michael 4 poses, there are times when you can buy, and probably Art knows this because Art searches the store as wisely as he is, as wise as he is. He searches the Genesis 9 store from, I mean, the Daz 3D store from less expensive to most expensive so that it will list all the cheapest things in the store. And every once in a while, you'll find in those cheapest things, you'll find a whole bunch of Michael 4 poses. Now, these are Michael 4 poses as well, so I can just try these poses out on him. And all of these poses are Michael 4 poses. And they, these poses, these are just the standing ones. Okay, this is a juggling one. Okay, and I'm not sure why the Victoria ones, I don't think those will work. It looks like it did, okay. But I also have the Victoria 4 Bone Minion. Yes, from lowest to high, sort from lowest to high. And what you will find in there that every once in a while, the Michael 4 and Victoria 4 poses go on sale, and they go on sale for like $1 each for like a whole pose kit. okay? Some of them are expensive. There are some vendors that just don't like their poses sold for $1 each from Michael 4, and they'll be like 10, 12, just ridiculously expensive for something that nobody uses anymore. But the poses, as you can see, and I'm going to tell you, there's something really beautiful about the Michael 4 poses, and you might think, well, I would never put a female pose on a male figure. It's like, yeah, you ought to try it because it does actually work really nice. Like this is another, I think, Victoria 4 pose. And this one may not work. Let's see. Sometimes these female poses look really beautiful on a man. Is there a Bone Minion for hair? I would say no. Definitely not. And the thing is now, there, like you're saying, you'd like to use, okay, so that you can just put hair on another figure. The best way to put hair on another figure from another generation is just autofit. Okay, autofit works. It works pretty well. And you just click on the hair, you click on the figure. You just now, and you just click on the hair, and it should put, it should just put the hair like I could. Now, Michael 4 hair won't work with autofit. I think maybe Genesis hair will work with, like on a Genesis 9 figure. That Genesis hair will auto-fit. I'm not sure about that either, but Genesis 3 will definitely auto-fit to Genesis 9, and I believe Genesis 3 male and female hair will auto-fit to Genesis 9 because there's only like male and female. They're the same figure pretty much, so they will. So Genesis 3, Genesis 8 hair, and Genesis 8-1 hair they'll all auto fit for your figures. So will the male mustaches and beards. Some body hair will auto fit as long as it's not a body suit, like a Genesis 8 body suit will not auto fit. But if it's just a regular like hair that's going to auto fit to the figure, it usually works like perfectly, okay? And so now there are hair converters where you can convert your Genesis, your Michael 4 hair and your Victoria 4 hair to Genesis 9. My opinion of that is that the Michael 4 hair and Victoria hair is so primitive that even in low lighting, I don't think you could make it look good. Okay, it's that bad. Now, Genesis 2 hair is kind of the same thing. It's just not really that great. Genesis 3 hair, on the other hand, is you can make it look really good, and you can also put, if it's strand-based hair, which I don't believe strand-based hair came out, I think it actually did come out for Genesis 3. So there are some Genesis 3 strand-based hair. I'm not positive about that, but I know it came out at least for Genesis 8. Now, the thing is with Genesis 3 hair, there is really nice Genesis 3 hair, but it auto fits. So you don't have to convert Genesis 3 hair. Now, every once in a while, you might have a Genesis 3 hair that you try to auto fit and Genesis 8 that won't work, okay? And I don't believe there's anything to fix that, okay? Except unparenting the hair and then fitting it with like mesh grabber and putting it on their head and then parenting it in place. You can't use autofit. You can't, because like some hair, when you go to put it on, like some Genesis 8 hair, when you go to put it on a Genesis 9 figure, it just like the hair cap like covers their face, not the cap, but the hair itself covers the face. It doesn't go on the head right. And there's the only thing that will fix that is to like unparent it from their head. Usually the hair cap will work, but the hair itself will just like go right over their face where the scalp is. It's like covers their face. And there's no program out there to fix that I know of. No hair converter will fix it. So just don't buy a hair converter thinking that it will fix those rare things. The only thing that will fix that is to unparent it from the figure and move it around and squish it and pull it and spend like 2 hours trying to fit it to their head. Okay? And using mesh grabber and all of that. And you can force it to kind of fit their head. And you parent it to them. And then when you move them around, you know, it should be okay. You want to put them in the pose before you go trying to fit the hair to their body. But that's the only way to fix hair that has that. So really, there's no hair converter. So don't spend your money on a hair converter. There's no hair converter worth buying. Okay? The only thing, so what you do is, we're lucky we have that. You don't have to buy anything. All you have to do is auto fit it to your figure, okay? And most hair will auto fit very perfectly. Like I can just come here and with this figure. Now we have them in a pose. This is a female pose, but it's just the thing is that sometimes the female pose on a male softens the male and makes the male seem a little bit more. So female poses can look very nice, especially on a very masculine looking man. So don't rule out female poses. And if you have 2 men together and you give one of the males like a female pose, auto fit does wipe out some of the morphs on some hair. The only thing that we do have something coming up, okay? And that is this new mesh grabber that is going to allow you to, I would say if it auto-fit wipes out some of the morphs, then what you want to do is, and you see, you work more with female hair. I like hardly ever work with female hair, and female hair has tons of morphs. So you would know about that. No, this is not, that's what this forum is about. It's about going in, we pick a topic, but we can go all off and in all kinds of directions, and that's what this is about. And someday I might be able to like go through my channel, maybe pay somebody to do it, to go through my channel and break up my videos and say, well, this little section is about hair, you know, and converting hair, okay? So what you want to do is create your own morphs, Eve, okay? Create your own morphs, and the way you do that is with mesh grabber. Yeah, hold on, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. So yeah, I don't have to use autofit. You know what autofit is, okay? But I will say that let's go here and let's see the power of mesh grabber, okay, with hair, okay? So we go into products, because it's like I hardly ever use hair morphs because I have mesh grabber, and the only time I use hair morphs is with dForce hair. And because you can't use mesh grabber or geometry editor on dForce hair, on most dForce hair. And so, because you can't use mesh grabber on dForce hair, all you have then are the morphs. And now we go into smart content. We go out of here. We go to here. Let's find a long hair, okay? And we're going to put some kind of long hair on him, all right? And let's just go with this for Genesis 9, okay? This is, it doesn't have to be, okay, let's see if this is, we'll just put this weird hair on him, okay? I know it looks terrible, but the thing is now I could go in and use a morph and say, well, this hair is going through his body, okay? Or I could just come into here and go to this hair, and if it's dForce, it won't work. But if it's not dForce, which it doesn't seem to be saying dForce all over the place here, and there Alt Shift E is also your hotkey for mesh grabber. Okay, so now we take this hair here, and we'll make this just a little bigger, like 12. Okay, and I can just take this hair and move it like this, and like this, and like this. And there's your morph. You know, I'm just saying that this is what they did when they created the morph, okay? And you take this same hair and you go here and you say, well, I want to bring the back down a little bit, okay? Or I want it to blow in the wind, okay? And so you take this and you go like this. And you just pull this out like this, and this out like that, and this out like this a little bit. And you take this little piece here and you turn it like that. And then you pull this out again like this. And there's your wind. There's your morph. So it's like I rarely use morphs on hair unless it's dForce, because I can just, now you say, well, this little part here is kind of curved here. Well, you just select this again. You go back to your hair. You select this. And you make this a little smaller, like 2. And you can just pull these little pieces out the way you kind of want them. Let's see. Now, let's say maybe 5. And rotate them out. And pull them a little bit. See how that kind of works? There's your wind. Now, if you want to pull it back, you know, you just come in here with and you go to 12 with your mesh grabber, and you pull it back. Yeah, yes, that's with this fall off radius, okay? And you take this and you pull it back like this. Oh, we got the wrong thing going here. We got to select this, and we pull this back like this, and pull it up, and pull it back like this, and pull it up. And you see there, that's not too bad, you know. Then you can take this part and pull this a little bit. Oops, that's the head. I just gave them a giant aneurysm here. See how you can pull this hair, pull it up. Yeah, so it's this fall off radius. It's always like way down at the beginning. And it's so, like, you know, it starts by default, it's set at 5. Okay? By default, it's at 5. But, and which, you know, only gives you the ability to go down to like maybe like 0.1. I don't know. You could go really tiny with it. But that's how you do unless it's dForce, and with dForce, dForce hair doesn't work with mesh grabber. And as you can see, I didn't do a very good job moving this hair around because I kind of moved it here and moved it there and moved it there until I got it all kind of crinkly up. But now this is the really awesome part, is that mesh grabber is going to be coming out. Mesh grabber, I don't know, 2 or 3, I'm not sure. Mesh grabber 2 is coming out. This says mesh grabber 3, so it might be mesh grabber 4 is coming out. They're coming out with geometry smoothing. So basically what I can do then with mesh grabber is there'll be other stuff here, okay, is that I can come in and smooth this out. Okay, and smooth the bottom out, and then I can curl it the way I kind of want to curl it at the bottom, so you can smooth out the hair. And what you can also, yes, okay, this tool panel is mesh grabber. This is the mesh grabber tool panel, and you can also, when you select this, okay, sometimes this is called the gizmo, this green, blue. You can change the size of the gizmo. I think it's, which one is it? Now, the gain, I'm not sure what that does. I think it has to do with how much it's moving it. And then you have these different ones down in here, which I usually use this smooth one here, which is the top one, because it pulls it at a kind of perceptible way. So this is your gizmo right here, and you can change the size of the gizmo. So if it's too big or if it's just like in your way, you can change the size of the gizmo. If it's too small, of course, and I think but you can also, this is the fall off radius here, and I usually type a value in. I don't try to drag this because it's already at like 5. It's like already at the smallest it can be. And now if I had like a mountain range in the background and I clicked that mountain range and I said, well, I would like this gizmo to be really, really large, it's still not going to be large enough to like shape a mountain. And I'm hoping that the mesh grabber 4 allows us to go much bigger than 1,000, okay? Because even at 1,000, it's still not big enough to shape a mountain, okay? You can put a little hole in the mountain, and it looks kind of like you just put a little hole in the mountain, but this isn't big enough to shape a mountain, okay? And so it would be really nice if they made, like, if we could, like, this fall off radius, if we could have like a like little checkbox down underneath it that would say like ×2, ×4, ×6, you know, and then we could literally, and I'll show you what I mean here when we go here and add, because you can use mesh grabber on any geometry, okay? So if I were to go in here to Pterodon, and we put all products, there are a lot of mountains you can buy. I've just got a ton of products that don't have images for them. That really bothers me. Okay, Pterodon, and we go here to props, and we go to the B zone. And okay, so that is supposed to be a mountain, but what we have to do is actually morph it, okay, into a mountain. All right, so this is Pterodon, and we'll give it like, we'll go to abysmal plane here, okay. All right, so now we have this beautiful mountain shape, or we can do all kinds of, you can do all, we got black mountain, or we have Control Z. We have high pass. mountain control. Okay, this. Okay, what's going on here? All right, this and this. And so there are just all of these rough terrain. Okay, Rocky Hills. Let's see. Rocky Hills 2. Okay. So what we do, and then we take and go into Pterodon and put like a material on here. Like this. All right. And then we have this beautiful Rocky Hills. But supposing you say, well, this particular hill here, I would like to kind of make it a little smaller. That's the biggest it goes, okay, is this. And so we could take and maybe take the top of this down a little bit, like, but look what it looks like. It just looks like you kind of just moved a spot. And what we need is for this round sphere to be much larger, so we can kind of move whole chunks of geometry. So this particular, and if we could go into this, now this is in our tool. This is where you find mesh grabber is in your tool settings, okay? And you go here to mesh grabber. And you also have, just to know that this is very helpful, you have your geometry editor here. And so you can come in with geometry editor, and we could go to selection mode lasso, and we could just chop a big chunk out of this like that. Right click and or hide it, hide selected polygons. You see, so here's your geometry editor. Is a very, very powerful tool for like just editing geometry and taking. And so we go geometry, visibility, hide selected polygons. And so this is, but you say, well, maybe I'd like to round this down a little bit so it goes down flat. And this is when we go back into mesh grabber. And when we select this, this is with the gizmo. Let's see if we type in 2. See, now if I type in a bigger number than, what is it, 10,000 or something? 1,000 it looks like. Yeah, it goes to 1,000. All right, now what if we were to right-click here, say, so right-click here, and turn off limits. See, I don't see anything here where we can turn off limits. Right click here maybe, pane group. Okay, see, so we need this to go to 100,000, okay? So we can move mountains, all right? And I think, you know, that's maybe what they're doing with Mesh Grabber. I told them, I said, no, you're not ready to release Mesh Grabber 4 yet. We need a few more things, and that's one of them. This is too small. We've got to be able to have like X2, X4, X6, so we can make this really large, and we can manipulate really large geometry. Now there's a possibility, I never thought of this, that I could take this mountain here, and see, I don't know what would happen, but let's try this. Let's go Z. Let's go like this. Control Z. Welcome, Serenity Gate. Welcome. Okay, I think I actually deleted the geometry. So we're going to take this. Welcome. So we are now, what we're going to do is put this back in. I just thought of something, okay? It's like, God help us. But I just thought of something. Okay, now this B zone, it's like, why did it do that? Okay, it looks like it's kind of odd, like it's been deleted. All right, I'm not sure what just happened here. Let's try the A zone. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, let's look at this. Yeah, this is very strange. So it's just like it actually deleted The geometry, that's not supposed to be the, oh, I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. We are in mesh grabber. Okay, so we go out of mesh grabber and then we put the V zone back in and let's see what happens. No, this is weird. I hope this isn't permanent. What's up, mesh grabber? Okay, we're going to close this down. My gay romance stuff for my other YouTube channel. Okay, oh, this is Cakewalk. That's the wrong program. Close this. Let's try again. Okay. All right, let's see if this fixed it. I'm not going to be happy if it actually just deleted, if mesh grabber just actually deleted parts of my, okay, default. Now this is called Pterodon. Pterodon. Here it is, Pterodon. Props. Okay, it's fixed. So that's kind of weird. I think it's fixed. Yes, it is. All right, so what we have here. So I just thought of something. Now, let's put a mountain here. Parameters. And we go here now to this. Let's give this some kind of shape. Let's say low hills. Okay. Let's actually go and let's give it some higher mountains. Like, oh, that's Mount Kos. Here we go with hills and mesas. Let's try something a little bit more. Okay. Now, if we take this and we scale it down, all right, we go like this and scale it. Scale. Boom, 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 boom. We scale it down like this. All right. And then we come here. Then we should be able to use mesh grabber. Okay. See, because sometimes the problem here that we have is like, if you'll notice when I use some of these parameters, now I still think I can use these, okay? Some of these, okay, Black Mountain, let's see, high pass, let's go like this. See, now watch what happens. You see, what it did was it lifted this lip up off of here. So what would be nice is to be able to take and, because our ground is going to be here, okay? And then we're going to have this like big cave here in our ground, and we don't want that cave here. We want this to kind of flatten out and lay so our ground kind of comes up to it. So we now go into mesh grabber. Now with this resize small, we can go into mesh grabber. Not to mesh grab, yes, mesh grabber. And now we have this, and we can go now to 1,000. And look at how big that is. Now we could still take this B zone. All right, we're going to make, okay, parameters. And we're going to go up here. And let's make it even a little smaller. All right. And now we can come in here with our B zone. And we can take this mesh grabber here and just pull this down like this. Like that. And like this. See, so that it goes, so that it closes those little holes. All right. So we are moving mountains. Okay. And then we can take, and we got to make sure this works. So we're going to put a plane in so we can look and see what the plane does. So let's put a plane into our scene. Plane. All right. And we scale the plane. Okay, and you see what this does now? And now we can click on this B zone and we can kind of refine this. Okay, and bring this up a little more. And here. And bring this in here. Okay, see, that's just a little too much. And in here. Okay, and we can look underneath and see like how far is it really coming down. Well, it's not letting us see it. How do we got to go up here and turn off the ground? Show floor. Okay, now I think we can look under. Okay, and we can see little spots here where we might have be able to pull it up a little more. And then we can come in here. We can push these little places down. Okay, and then we're going to just resize this back up. Okay, now we can take these little parts and let's go back to mesh grabber. Down here, tool settings, and let's bring this down. Push this down like this. Push this in like that. See, I have struggled with this particular problem here for a very long time, and I just figured it out. It's like, wow, I can just resize this. Okay, and see where that's sticking up? You see, you want that to go down in under here, a little bit here. Okay, and the thing is that when you make this small, it's not taking geometry away, so that when you resize it again, that's how you make. So you bring your mountain down to the size of your mesh grabber, and then we go out of mesh grabber here, and then we take back to our B zone, okay, and then we take this looks like it's sticking up a little more, so I just have another problem here, so we got to fix that. I mean, I could just drop it down a little bit, but let's fix it. Okay, so we go back here to tool settings, translate, mesh grabber, and let's just pull this down a little bit. Okay, and I've had this problem for a long time. Okay, where I wanted to move mountains, where there's a certain part of the mountain that I just wanted the sun to shine through a little bit more. Like this whole area, I could just take this part of the mountain and say, well, I want the sun to shine through this middle part, okay? And so I could just take this part of the mountain here and like go really large, okay? And just pull it down. Let's go right from the top here. And just crunch it down a little bit, okay? In here, crunch that down a little. All right, and this gives us our sunset in between, in the middle, okay? And so now we take our B zone, we go back to our parameters, and we scale it back up to 100%. And now, okay, we zoom out like this, and we might have to move it down a little bit, okay? Like this. Y translate. Well, let's take and scale this now, our ground plane. Let's get out of mesh grabber, and let's take our ground plane and scale that to, all right, and there it is. There's our and we might bring it up just a little bit here, the plane. Oh, that's the B zone. We could bring that down a little bit. There it is. So that is how you move mountains with mesh grabber. Okay, so theoretically, I mean technically, we don't need to have that gizmo made larger because now if I just to show you this wireframe, notice how fine the wireframe is on this mountain. We just made it very tiny and then we made it big again. It doesn't change now the wireframe of the plane is very coarse. But the wireframe of the mountain is very fine. And so it didn't change the wireframe at all. It enables, so you make it small, you do your editing with your mesh grabber, and then you make it large again. And so you can move gigantic chunks around and make it, because before we only had this little teeny ball, and to try and move like even just the edge here with a little teeny ball, and you end up with like all these little millions of little dents in the land. It doesn't look natural, okay? And the same thing when you try to like pound down a little mountain here, you end up with all these little kind of holes, looks like little craters that hit it, you know? But when you can take a gigantic sphere and just grab a hold of this whole section and just kind of pull it down a little bit, it works. So there it is. Now this B zone, we can put like a material on it, like one of these, like some kind of hello. All right. Okay. Well, we actually got to go into iRay. Let's try a different one. Let's see this one or this. These might be A zone. Okay. Let's try one of these. So, now there are also settings here, rotate, where you can shaders, terrains, shader base. You can set the materials to be higher quality. Maybe this one. Water height. Okay, that's the water height. Tiling default, okay, larger, finest. So when we go to this finest, it makes it so you can go finer, which is okay. That looks about right. Now, if this was ground, it would like we could take this plane possibly and put some kind of plane. What you want to do now is use the A zone. So we get rid of this plane, and then you go here to props. And you use the A zone, and the A zone fills this little area in here. Okay? Where are you, A zone? Come on. See, now we have the A zone here. And you notice now we don't have where the A zone. See, now I can take this A zone and morph this with you have all these morphs you can buy, and we can put some little hills here. Okay, we can put these hills here like this, or we could put these hills, or we could put mountain crevice, mountain range. Okay, and this is the area, your staging area, where you're going to put your figure. Okay. And or we could go here with mountains 2, or rocky hills, rocky terrain, and rocky trench. And what's really nice is now we have also some materials for that. And then we go and put a figure in the scene. Like this. I love Pterodon, and the thing about Pterodon is you can use ultra scatter on it. Like in here, we could scatter grass in different areas and all. Okay, so notice how beautifully that fits in there. We could just kind of jam it in a little bit more so that it fits, and like our plane, resize it a little bit, because you're only gonna have like a panoramic view unless you're gonna be spinning your camera all the way around. Okay, and then we could make this A zone parameters, just scale it a little bit up like this to fit it, and then bring it down a little so that it really kind of works like that. And then we put a figure in here. Let's see, figures, default. Let's put Wagner in. Yes, he belongs in a kind of... Welcome, Chris. Welcome. Very, very nice to see you tonight. Very nice. Chris was our longest, I believe our longest viewing subscriber last night. I think it was at least after 12 o'clock when he had to go off to bed. So it was really nice having Chris keep me company last night. So where is Wagner? We're going to select this. And now Wagner is way down underneath this. So what we'll do is we'll group the A and B zone. I don't know if you've ever worked with Pterodon, but this Pterodon is kind of one of my secrets, all right, for making. The only thing about Pterodon is it doesn't have trees and it doesn't have grass. It just has textures on it, but it gives you the most amazing landscapes for far off distant things. And you can scatter trees on it, but you would take like 1 million trees to put that. I mean, that Pterodon is huge. So what we're going to do is group these two together. We're going to say terrain. All right, we're going to group them together, and then what we can do is just move them down until Y translate, until he's on the ground. Okay. And then we'll zoom out a little bit here and see what our terrain looks like. Now this Pterodon, okay, we've got our figure here. That's the center of our scene, okay, and he's standing right there. Now let's turn the ground back on, show the floor, okay. And we could just kind of move things around a little bit, but here we go. This is our, and we go into iRay. Okay, and this isn't too bad. And with a little bit of ultra scatter. Yes, okay, somebody goes way back. 1, 2, and 3. I mistakenly bought like a bunch of... Pterodon 1, I believe, was for Poser. And Pterodon 2 was for Poser 2, and Pterodon 3 was when iRay came in. And so my advice is be very careful, okay, when you go into the store looking up Pterodon. Don't buy anything Pterodon 1 and 2. Only buy things for Pterodon 3. Pterodon 3, get them, yeah, right. Awesome art. Pterodon 3 is amazing. It is amazing. Look at this. Look at what we have here for Pterodon 3. And you're the morphs for mountains and hills and things like that. And like what you just saw me do here with this, where I took our figure and where we can scale things around. You can scale the whole, I can now scale the whole thing if I want. But let's just take this terrain here. And like A Zone 2, now you can go in here and change. We're going to go back to Terra. Let's put some pants on Wagner. Okay, he's a little bit self-conscious here. Favorites, quick close, Genesis 9. Yeah, he's just out doing some... I love this little kind of plateau in here. This is really nice. I love Pterodon. Pterodon was my thing, you know, until ultra scenery, you know. And so now we can take this Pterodon here. We can move the whole thing kind of where we want it. All right. So, but let's just push it all back a little bit. Z until he's kind of standing on something. Yeah, like in there. That's perfect. And we can move this up a little bit like this. And then we can zoom in a little bit more like this. And we've got a landing. We've got a, and Pterodon, we can move this over just X a little bit like this. And then Y, translate until he's standing on the ground. The ground. All right, here we go. A little bit more X maybe. And Y translate. Okay. And a little bit like this. And we go back into here. And what have we got? Now what we have with the ground here, we got the A zone. We can take this Pterodon here. Where's Pterodon? Pterodon. Here we go into here. And we go to materials. And I think it's in here. Yeah. We have sub D. You can put sub D if your mountains. They do look a little bit kind of jagged in spots. You won't notice it until you do. Okay. But you want to have your sub D up. Okay. But then you bring it down into here, and these tiling here, this is finest. We would probably want the ground on finest. Okay, I'm not sure what just happened. We lost our what was this, default? Okay, so we lost our ground kind of texture, so let's go back to something grassy and then see what happens. Can we still change that surface? A zone, let's go here. And tiling, finest. You can do that manually. There we go. I think we can even achieve a finer finest if we go into surfaces and we go down here to tiling. Where is this? Tiles, 40. Let's go to 50. And we go to tiles, A tiles, B tiles. Let's go 50 again. Did that change it? It changed them all. Okay. 50. So we could go A tiles, 75. And we can go here B tiles, 75. And see, make the grass like really fine. Here we can go even to maybe 90. I don't know if this is actually working, but it kind of looks like it is. And B tiles, 90. There we go. And then what we can do is now this is where I've done a lot of stuff with Pterodon, okay? So we go here, and what we do is we take this area here, we zoom out a little bit like this, and then we go to Geometry Editor. These are some of my really deep secrets, people, stuff that I do here. But this is what we do, okay? This is how we do it here. And we go into Geometry Editor, and we go to Selection Tools, Selection Mode, Lasso. All right? And we're going to go out of here if we can and still see what we're doing here. Lasso, and we're going to take, okay, we're going to go like this. All right. We're going to grab that, and we're going to hold the control key. All right, hold, I think it's control is add. Yeah, okay. Then we right click, geometry assignment, create a surface from selected. Put it to good use, okay? Okay, so we're going to go this base, ground. All right, and we're going to lose our texture, okay? So what we have to do is go here to and paste it on, okay? So we go here to render settings. And now, where is it? Surfaces, okay? And now we have this background. We go to our terrain here, copy, and we go to background and paste. Now see, that should just blend right in, okay? So this goes to array. No, that didn't work. Why not? All right. I thought that was going to work just perfectly. Okay, so let's try again the A zone here. A zone, we'll try this. Copy selected surfaces, okay. And paste. That didn't work. Okay. So terrain. Copy. Paste. Okay, maybe what we've got to do is go down here to the horizontal tiles. See, this is not the same thing, okay? So what we have to do is go here to our materials and select that same material. I think it was this grassy one. Let's see, surfaces. Okay, base ground. Okay, grassy. And then we can go here into surfaces again. This is looking right. No, it's not. Okay, I think what we have to do is do the whole thing. So we go back here. See, that didn't work. Do you see this needs sub D, how it looks a little bit jagged? Okay, so let's try a different one. Okay, why isn't this working? Why isn't it putting it on there? A zone, parameters, surfaces. Ground base, copy, paste. I think it's because of the elevation, where it doesn't have enough elevation, so it's looking at this as like as if it's ground level. I've made this work before. Look at how beautiful this Pterodon. There was some massive thought that went into this. Now this see, this looks like the same thing. Okay, no, it's not. You see, this has base color, tops, sides. This one just has base color. So it's not copying the same terrain to it. We have to have a surface to do ultra scatter. And I've used this before. I've just pasted it on and it worked. I'm not sure why it's not working this time. Okay, base color. This is base color A, sides, top. It's doing a different thing. We got normal maps. Look at this beautiful, all this beautiful stuff that's in here. We can add more normal map to it, to this. One other possibility that we can do, okay? So, copy selected surfaces. Oh, I've done this before and it worked. Okay, A zone. Let's try something different. Let's try one of these. A zone. We'll go into surfaces, select everything. Let's try just something radically different. See, we have to get the same texture on here. That's the stipulation here. And I have one other possibility that we could do, but I'm not inclined to do that. Let's see. Delete this. Let's put another A zone in. And, oh, that's really sucks because I had that kind of all set up. And we're going to take and cut a piece out of this A zone here like this. Let's go to geometry editor. All right. There's one other possibility that we can do, but that's the last resort. Okay. So we're going to try this one more time. Okay, so let's go. So it's repetition is the best way to learn something. So we go to geometry editor and we're just going to grab the A zone. We're going to cut a surface out. Look at the, that's what's really nice about this, is it's pretty fine. Look at the fineness of this, which is really nice. Now what I'm seeing, okay, all right, what I'm seeing is something that I've saw before. Let's A zone. That piece is still there. Okay, so what we've got to do, all right, is we got to delete the A zone. Delete that. Okay, save this. Save as Pterodon. Pterodon new. All right. Accept that. Okay, we're going to close this out. For some reason, Pterodon is not refreshing its geometry. I don't know why, but we're going to figure it out. Okay, so at least our mountain is still there. Okay, so we're going to figure this out. Okay, now it says assign this thing to assign to target group. I'm not sure what that is. Okay, but all right, let's see. Now we're going to close this. And when we open it back up, we should be able to put in our Pterodon 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So we're going to do the Pterodon new. Save no. No, no, no. Here we go. And all right, so now we can go back into Pterodon. We're going to try something different here, okay? We still have our terrain group. Terra, default. Down here is Pterodon. Pterodon. Okay, we're going to go to props, add the A zone. We'll get the A zone set up where we want it, okay? We're going to put the mountains on it, do all this stuff. Put the texture on it. Okay, so I've done this before and it worked. Okay, so I'm not sure why it's not working now. Something's not refreshing itself. Okay, so we had to go back out here to like this so we could kind of see what we were doing. I kind of wish I had kept that, but all right, so we go to parameters. We got to go to our A zone here and A zone there, and it was like hills and there was mountain. What was it? Mesa was like mountains and mesas. Crevice. All right, mountain range. All right, let's just try something. All right, and mountain range. Let's do this, okay, so we can see what we're doing here. I don't want the mountain range. I want something a little more flattened out. Rocky Hills. Okay, that's kind of nice. Rocky Hills. And sand ripples. Nah, I don't want that. And valley. Okay, crater, Castle Rock, Canyon, River. A little bit of that. Chimney, the cross, the well, witch's watch. No. Canyon River. Eagle's Reach. All right, let's go with that. All right, and then we're going to bring this down. Parameters. And Y translate. So we can see our figure. He's going to be standing right about there. And let's see about Wagner now. Okay, Y translate. Now Z, I don't want to move Wagner, I want to move the A zone. Y translate. Okay, and then we turn this like that. Zoom out a little bit. And I think our mountains are a little bit high here. They completely obscure So we go back into this. Rocky Hills. And a little more. Canyon River. Okay, and we got something else that I pulled up here, down here. Eagle's Reach. Okay, like that. Okay, I think that works. I don't think it's as nice as the last one we had, but okay, what we're going to do, I'm going to go and scale this a little, the A zone. And we're going to Y translate again. And we can kind of move it where we want it. X translate. Z translate. Let's put them up on this area here. X translate. Okay, here. Z. Okay. There it is. All right, let's save this. Okay. Now what we're going to do is maybe we can take our and make our zone before we put our terrain on. Okay, so we take and we go to Geometry Editor, which I think is still on. Tool Settings. Yeah, and now we've got to go here, Selection Mode, Lasso. All right, we're going to grab a nice big piece of land. Okay. Okay, now when we bring our camera down, we got to do a little more here. And maybe a little less in front. So I think Shift is how do we turn it off? Can we get rid of some of this? No, that inverted it. Okay, how do we invert? Oh, that won't work. Okay, so we got to do this. It's alternate, of course. All right, so we're going to try this. All right. And when we bring it down here, our camera down in, the grass should be enough. Let's see, there should be enough grass in front of him. Yeah, okay, I think that's enough for the grass. Okay, there we go. Well, there we go. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to right click on this, geometry assignment, create surface from selected, not create surface, but from selected. And we're going to call this grass base. Okay. All right. Now what it did was it just took the surface off of the other one here and put it here. So we're going to save this. We'll save as Pterodon new 1. File save as. Scene. One. Okay. Now, let's try to apply a texture here. If it doesn't, we'll restart it, come back, and hopefully it will like reset itself. Okay, but we should be able to put a texture on all of this together. It's all one thing. Surfaces, A zone. Okay, we have our zones here, but we're putting it on the whole thing. Materials. See, that didn't work. Okay, but now if we try this surface here, grass, copy, paste. Now this worked before. Okay, so what we're going to do is go out, save this, all right? Come back in. See if it resets itself. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's taking a little longer. 11, 12, 13. There we go. New. Pterodon 1. No. Come on. Now, let's see if we can take this zone and add copy, paste this, copy, paste. All right, maybe, no, it's just not pasting the same exact thing. It doesn't have the same thing. It's just not pasting it. Because when I go here, this is a whole different thing. If I select this, okay, what we're going to do is, see, this is obviously some kind of let's put a shader on here. Default. Let's go to Uber. Okay, we're going to go Uber. Shaders. What the heck? Okay, Uber base. Okay, surfaces. All right, see, it's not even putting that on. Uber base. Let's try this. Okay, put something on finally. Put another Okay, let's try base. Base. Here we go. Let's try Uber. Let's try iRay. I don't think this is working because this is coming up with everything base and everything iRay. It's not saying iRay base, so I don't think they've perfected the search. It's not working in the files. It's probably only working in the smart content, which kind of sucks. All right, so let's just go white. Usually, okay, if we go to iRay here, let's just put the, okay, MDL, this is going to put an MDL. All right, let's try that. And then we'll go back to surfaces, terrain, copy, paste. Okay, it's saying it's not putting the same thing. This has got diffuse roughness. It's not putting the same thing here. This really is terrible. All right, so there's one other option here where we go, okay, file, open, new. We go back to this one, the Pterodon new. And I don't know if this is going to 100% work or not either, but we'll see. Okay. So we have our plane here. And what we do is we create a plane. We're going to go divisions 200. Let's see how big this plane is. Okay, the plane, parameters, Z. Okay, let's look at wireframe, see how. Okay, 200 might be a little too much, but okay, well, we can scale it now. Like that. Z translate. Okay, and then what we're going to do, down a little bit, Y translate. That. Okay, and then we're going to edit, object, geometry, dynamic surface. We're going to add dForce to it. And then we're going to go to simulation settings, tools, simulation settings, simulate, off, simulate. What happens to this? We're going to make this conform to the land. doesn't look like it's going to work. Because it looks like it's draping. So what I would have to do is I forgot how to change this cloth. Okay, had to do, how do I move the cloth? Okay. From okay, fabric types. This post might be helpful as it covers what are some of the different settings in dForce, actually the whole thread. See, I remember things like this and then I forget how to do it. The poly mesh. There's like an app you can open here. Okay, plane. Okay. All right, let's see what this looks like. All right, it just looks like cloth over the ground. This is terrible. Now, it may not have set down enough. All right, so what we do is, okay, there's an edit. I think it's in objects. No, edit, object. Add a level of detail, okay. Surface adjuster. Here it is. Silkier. How far can we go with this? Okay, shrink, stretch, stretch. Add stretch. Okay. Accept. Now let's try this again. Clear. Simulate. Oh, we have to take him out. Because it's catching on his body. See, this is working. Okay, so this is working. Okay, cancel. Okay, we have to hide him. Look at that. It's laying perfectly right over our grass. Okay, so we take Wagner out. Clear this. hide him for now. Okay, simulate. You saw it here, people. This is how you create a bodysuit for your ground. Okay. Now it's not enough. So what we're going to do is it's not enough. So we're going to go here to, I think that's enough for the ground, but I'm not positive, but we'll see. What we'll do is clear this, and we're going to go to timeline, open the timeline, and let's go to 100, 150. Let it settle a little bit, okay, like that. And now simulate. I shouldn't be doing this in iRay, but too late. Okay, that's looking good. We'll just let it really settle. Now I could have set the base collision. It's set the collision mesh is at base. I could have set that at high. I think I'm going to cancel this. We're going to go out of iRay. I want to get the best. Okay, so we're going to go to texture shaded, and then we're going to set this to, okay, we can't set that high, but we can set this to best. Okay, and the collision iterations is okay. We're going to simulate this now. All right, that's better. Okay, this will take a little longer, but we'll get a better, more detailed, I think. It does 4 iterations per frame, okay? So this setting right here where it says 4, if you set it higher, then it'll do 5 per frame. And every time it jumps a frame, it'll do like iterate and check. And so you can set it higher. I don't recommend it, especially if you're going to be doing a lot of frames. Look at this. You can kind of see the bumps here. This, okay, why am I doing this? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to scatter the grass onto this plane, and then make the plane, after I'm done scattering the grass on the plane, make the plane, use the cutout opacity, and make the plane disappear. And then you'll see the texture underneath through the plane and the grass. And if the grass isn't quite sitting on the ground, I can just tweak it down a little bit to see. So we're going to let this kind of settle now. I mean, I'm quite sure this will work, but it's just some of these things we're supposed to be working with today with this prop thing. So we're probably going to have to put some props in Wagner's hands. So that are from Genesis 8. We now have the Genesis 9. That kind of worked nice. We're using the pose converter, the So the problem is you look at these poses and you just don't know what pose it goes with. You see a pose and it's like, then you have to kind of look and say, oh, that's for Genesis 3. And then you have to get the right bone guy in for it. Okay, I think this is enough. I'm going to go all the way to the end so I'm not stuck in the middle here somewhere. I probably didn't need 150 of these, but I don't like having an animation somewhere arbitrarily in the center, because then it was like, if it gets thrown off, it's like, where was it? Where was my scene? So I think we're just going to be using this little top area here, so I could theoretically, I don't have to scatter grass all over this whole thing, so either. So we only have a few more frames left. It doesn't look like it's settling at all, but it could be a little bit here and there. Okay, that's it. All right, now there is our, it looks like it kind of worked. All right, I'm seeing a little bit of kind of distortion here, but that's okay, because we're going to make this disappear. So now what we do is go back to Wagner here. Now, like that. And why is this at 1:1? Okay, we can hide the timeline. I have to remember we have that here. Now, our ultra scatter. So now, all right, we're going to be only scattering where the camera is anyway, so I don't have to create a surface here on the plane that it's only going to scatter to that, because the camera will limit the scatter. Okay, so now let's select our plane. Let's go to favorites or scripts, ultra scatter pro. Okay, we don't have an actual piece of grass yet. We have to find some grass. So we go to all files, grass. Okay, and that's a 3D light patch. Let's try this. That's iRay. Let's see how big this is. Okay. And now we take this grass patch like that, and we move it below the scene. Y translate like that. Okay. And then we need a camera. All right, we're going to set our render settings, general. Let's do this to 16 by 9. Okay, and it looks like yeah, I think this will work. I'm not positive, but let's try this like this. Okay, create a camera. Accept. Let's look through let's lock the camera. Edit. Object. Lock. Let's look through the camera. And then we're going to select our plane. Now we can go, no, we're going to select our grass patch. And then we're going to go here. And we're going to go to scripts, ultra ultra scatter. Now we have our wild grass patch selected. Target object is our plane. Number of instances, let's say 2000. Let's go 1000. See how that looks. Restrict to camera, yes. And then distribution, elevation, we just want all that. Okay, we're going to go with this noise. We're going to go with purlin. And then we're going to go here with scaling. We want some high and some low, so scale from 100% to 76%. We'll use the purlin noise for that too. And then we're going to go here to rotation. And I just, okay, Y, we're just going to scale, have them, I usually drag them up, both up, and it works. Okay, surface scatter. Okay, that didn't work too well. At all. So we might need more grass, so let's go back to ultra scatter, ultra. And we're going to go to distribution. Let's go 3000. Let's just put a lot of here. Surface scatter. Okay, I don't think I did it right. I think I deleted my ultra scatter. Control Z. Control Z. What happened here? All right, edit. Collision mode. Okay, what? I don't want to go back so far that I end up... All right, I've lost my camera. All right, so we've got to do this again. Create new camera. Copy. All right, we're going to lock the camera. Edit. Object. All right, camera's locked. Look through the camera. Okay, now we've lost our piece of grass. Terrain. Okay, so we've lost our grass, so let's go back. Put this in. Wild grass patch. Parameters. Move it down below. Okay, Control Z. Y translate down below. Okay, then we go back into scripts. Ultra scatter. Target object is going to be the plane. There's our scatter object. Centimeters. Okay, this is going to be 3000. Okay, and I think it's restrict to camera. Okay, distribution, purlin. That's correct. Scaling, 100 to 75. So some of them are small and some are big. And we're going to go with purlin noise to kind of, and then we're going to go with a rotation like this, and Y degrees, surface scatter, surface scatter. All right. Now the purlin noise, what if we just take that purlin noise off? Okay, I know what to do. So we go back into this. No, we'll just go back into our scatter. Okay, scripts. And this one here with this purling noise, just go none, see what happens. Just scatter everywhere. Evenly. What happened? Okay, something happened here. I think that's a problem that we've been having with ultra scatter, is it doesn't allow you to go back into it like it used to. It doesn't, no. Camera view. Okay, see it crashes like that? Something's wrong with ultra scatter. Okay, so we're looking through our camera again. It might be my camera, okay, that I have it locked. Could be. So let's unlock the camera and see. Edit. Object. Lock. Unlock. Let's try that. Now select your grass. Here, go to favorites, scripts, ultra, scatter pro, 3000. Let's go with target node is the plane. We got like one chance to kind of make this work. Distribution, we're going to leave none. Okay, scaling, we're going to go scale. Y scale is going to go scaling. Okay, scale 100%. Okay. All right, we do this one. Scale is going to be about 75. So we can use the purling noise on that. And then we're going to go with rotation. We want it to rotate on Y. And like this. I'm not really sure how these work, but I know if I drag them both over kind of that way, they work. Did I set the camera? Okay. Entire object to plane. Okay. 3000. Okay. This ought to work. Well, it didn't really work, but it's going to have to be. I think it'll be okay. So let's now we can take the plane here. And now if I take this plane and make the plane, I think okay, now so what we're going to do is take our A zone first. This is really weird because this plane is like part of the A zone. Unparent the plane. Okay. And unparent ultra scatter. Alright, and then we don't even really need the plane anymore. But we'll hide it. We can just hide it now. Alright, and then we can take our A zone, go back to Pterodon, back to Pterodon here, and go to materials, grassy. Let's see what this looks like. All right, it looks like our grass is a little bit too high off the ground, so we can take this ultra scatter and just move it down some. See, why didn't I scatter it to the whole, on the whole thing? It was like I just wanted to scatter it to an area and not have it scatter to the whole plane. Parameters now, let's see. Go to parameters. Y translate. What happens when we bring this down a little bit? Okay, that kind of works. And now we can go to this A zone. we can take our surface here, go back here and bring that up. It's like A tiles. Let's go to 50. 50. And make the ground a little bit more B tiles. 50. Just kind of make this look a little bit. Alright, the grass doesn't quite look like the right color, but maybe it will look right if we do something with so, well, it's just, I gave you an alternative to scattering stuff, okay, and along a surface where if you just want to scatter to a section, okay, now part of this is we still got geometry editor on, okay, so that's off. Now let's save this. What we're going to do is put him in some kind of armor. Let's do that now so we don't kind of have to wait too long to figure out. I haven't really done anything at all right now with the then we go scripts and we go favorites, Bone Minion, Prop Minion here. Okay, so not sure how to use this, so but what we'll do is we will turn off okay, the terrain, we're going to put this A zone in with the terrain. And I hate how these are so long, the names. They didn't have to put Ultra Scatter Pro into every single thing. It's like, so, all right, so, and it always like corrupts these little icons, see, because they're so long. They didn't need to put this long name on this. We didn't have to know that every single one of these were Ultra Scatter Pro. All right, so, but I guess Ultra Scatter. And chat, my bedtime. Thank you, Art. I know you hung in a lot longer than you usually do. Thank you very much for being here, my friend. Very nice to have you here. Now I can scatter other things along here. We still have this plane. We can scatter other items along it. Flowers, other stuff. And I'm not sure why if this didn't scatter like everywhere, because it's supposed to have scattered 3,000. And what I'm seeing, it only scattered 1,020 instances. Yes, you have a wonderful night, Art. It's very nice to have you here. Very nice having you here. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. So, yes, you take care. You know, we could scatter some other things here along the line here. We could also scatter stuff to the A zone. Let's find some something else to scatter. Let's scatter stuff. Flowers. I've been buying a lot of flowers lately from Martin Frost. Let's put some of his flowers here. All files. Azalea. Let's see what we have here. Let's put some of these petunias. Red petunias. Well, those are new. Okay, so we gotta, I don't know, the light, everything, it doesn't quite look right in this scene, but we're gonna, okay, so we put them down below like that, And then we just go to ultra scatter again. This time we're going to scatter to this wild grass patch, I think. Not the wild grass patch. We're going to scatter to the A zone, but keep it within the camera view. Okay, so all right, so let's see favorites. Okay, scripts, ultra scatter, and we have the petunia scatter our object to scatter to, and we're going to do that to the A zone within the camera view. We're going to scatter, let's say 400 of those things, and distribution is fine. We'll go with the purlin this time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to invert it, and then we're going to, okay, elevation is all good. Scaling, okay, we're going to scale this again down to 75, 70, some of them small. All right, and rotation, we do the same thing, just rotate it on the Y axis so it spins around. That's all we want to do, is rotate them so that they, each one is spun in a different kind of, all right, amount. And surface scatter. I think I did 500. I'm not sure. 500 petunias everywhere, growing wild. Yeah, it's hard to think some of these flowers were once grew in the wild. At least some form of them, you know. Okay, see, this is why I don't like to scatter things to because it just doesn't it doesn't scatter right, you know. It just puts only a few. This only put, how many petunias did it put? It looks like it put like 5 or something. I don't know. Okay, petunias. How many did it put? 41. And I told it to put like 500. So, and I don't see any of them up in here. So, this is why we've got this plane here in the front, okay? Because, and even when I told it to put 3,000 instances of grass on the plane, it only put so many. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to, we're going to find another piece of grass, some kind of grass. Okay, grass. Okay, default grass. And we're going to use, find some kind of prop. We got to make sure it's iRay. All right, and well, let's do this variety flower. Prop. Okay, that doesn't, okay, it says iRay. That's kind of tall. Okay, but so this grass flower, we're going to bring it down here like that, underground. Again, you always move it out of your scene. Okay, and then we go to scripts, ultra scatter pro, and we're going to scatter this to our plane, not to the ultra scatter. Plane, and let's go with 400. Let's try it, and then we're going to go to our camera. My computer's kind of getting slow. Now let's see, distribution. What is this? Okay, we're going to go with the purlin. What we're going to do is invert it. Scaling. See, this is where I kind of messed up before. Now, scale. Now, I don't want them 100%. Let's go with 50% and down to 25. And rotation, we do the same thing with this Y. Just grab it and bring them up a little bit. Make sure we set it for the camera. Okay, yeah, the camera 400. Let's go 800. I don't think it's going to put 800 in there. Limit, scatter limit to the entire object. Okay, plane. Center, centimeters. Okay, surface scatter. All right, that kind of worked. Those red petunias look terrible, so we're just going to get rid of them. Okay, and let's scatter some more to the, let's find something else to scatter here. What is this? Is this eye-ray? Yep. Let's scatter this grass here. This one. Okay, that's a material. This is a prop. Did that work? Okay, let's put that in the scene. Now we got to move this down underneath again. And then we go back to ultra scatter. And we go to plane. Let's go 4,000. And let's go to our camera view. And distribution, we'll go back to this purlin again, but this time we'll leave it uninverted. Scaling, let's go down to 50. 50%, scale to 25. I used to do it the opposite from, I would say like from 75 to 100, and I believe it's best to do it from like, do your high number here and then your lower, scale it down to, from this to, okay? See how it kind of makes a little sense, but we'll use the purlin noise to do the scaling again. The rotation, again, just make sure they all kind of rotate it different. See how these are rotated? It looks like it didn't do it too well, but some of them are actually rotated. Degrees, let's go 91 degrees. Let's see, maybe it's this, let's try these with a little more degrees, okay? Surface scatter, let's see what we got. We put a bunch of these in the scene now. And this all should go on this plane here. It's either going to work or not work. That kind of worked. But now, remember we have this problem with this plane being up high. So this is the top sim. So what we're going to do is grab that layer and just pull it down a little bit like this. There we go. And that put 1,000 instances in of this little grass. I think I may have made it too small, but that's okay. I wonder if we can find some heather. Heather. I don't think this heather is eye-ray. White LR group. No, I don't think this heather is iRay. LR. You would think that Daz would have heather, you know. Maybe there's another name for it, but this is old heather. Now, if I take this heather here, let's say this one, pink heather, let's put it in the scene. We're going to find out this is not iRay, probably. Surfaces. Emission, it is iRay. Well, let's see. Bark. Yeah, this is iRay. Okay, we can use this. All right, so we're going to take the heather. This is going to be really nice. Okay, go out of iRay here. Push the heather down. Now we go to scripts, Ultra Scatter Pro, distribution. Okay, we have our heather selected. We're going to scatter it to the plane again. And let's go with 4,000. It's not going to scatter that many, but we'll just make sure we put more than it wants. And distribution now. Let's go cellular, just something weird. And elevation is all good. Scaling. Okay, we're going to scale. We'll just leave it at its, but we're going to scale it down a little bit to 75 so they're not all the same height. And we'll use this Perlin noise again to do the scaling. And then we're going to rotation again. I didn't get to see if those actually degrees. Okay, let's go with a low amount of degrees. And let's see if that works. Did we set it to the camera? Yep. Entire object. Okay, this on our plane. Okay. Surface scatter. Let's put some heather in here. Pink heather. Whoa. That's some heather. Well, that looks terrible. Let's bring the heather down a little bit lower. Okay. I think it's sitting up off the ground. This whole scene looks horrible. But, okay. With this guy standing in the middle saying, ick, I don't dare to, I'm in a horrible pose. Now, part of it's the lighting. We just don't have, you know, really good lighting here. It's so it's our just basic default. That looks kind of okay, I guess. Let's see. Let's give it a chance. All right. Now, the thing we might want to do is just kind of get rid of this B zone, okay? Because this B zone just kind of looks like he's on Mars or something. So we'll get rid of the B zone. And then it's kind of got something going for it a little bit. And we'll, if we need a B zone, we'll use Ultra Scenery XT in the background. This is kind of bare here. I'm not sure if I like that. I didn't make the plane large enough to cover this over in the back. And if I just kind of push the plane back and done the so it's an error. Now I could come in with mesh grabber and just push this all down so you don't see it. That's a possibility as well. All right, now the thing is that what we're going to do is try and put all of this ultra scenery stuff together so that into, okay, so terrain. Come on here. Terrain. So we go terrain, wild patch. Okay, wild grass patch. Why is that turned off? All right, not sure why I turned that off, but okay, that's supposed to be on. And all right, so then we go terrain. Hold the control key. And Heather. And we're going to put all of this into a group. Call it ground. Ground all. Enter. Now we can turn it all off at once, all at once, which it was supposed to turn off. There it is. Now we can kind of move around. Okay, we're going to lock the camera again. Edit, object, lock. All right. Now we can work with this guy here. Let's put him in a pose, and then let's find some kind of armor, that some Genesis 8 something that we can convert over. Ah, good night, Serenity's Gate. Very nice. Thank you for hanging out as long as you have. We had Art here for a good while, and you even longer. So Art was the first one in, but you were right on his coattails. So thank you for being here. I hope I didn't miss saying good night to you. So you take care. Oh, and Angus has left. Angus, good night. Oh, Angus was saying good night to Art. Okay, I was going to say, oh my God, did I miss Angus saying good night? All right. And, all right, it was very nice. Art mentioned everybody here. Chris and Dee and Angus. Thank you, Art. That was very nice to go and to say to address everybody here. How kind of you. So, all right, now let's so we've lost Serenity. Okay. Okay, well, we're going to plug on here. So we're going to find let's see if we can figure out how we've got this in this script. Let's open this up, okay? It's in favorites. It says Prop Minion. Let's open it and see. Okay, please select a figure or bone minion. Okay, so what I would assume we have to do is put a Genesis. If we're going to put Genesis 8 props on him and Genesis 8, well, let's go with 8.1. All right, so let's select Wagner. And I think I'm kind of understanding this now. So what we do is we go into favorites, Bone Minion, and what we would do is select a Genesis 8.1 male Bone Minion. I think that would be it. Let's see if that works. Has been created and initiated. It says turn off limits. So, all right, let's go here to this. I think this is the turn off limits. I think we've done this already. Okay, limits have been turned off. So this is our Genesis 8.1 Bone Minion. So now we have to find a piece of clothing and a prop. So we can add now the okay, flowers. We'll turn that off. We can add the clothing and the prop. but let's put the prop on first. I have no idea what I'm doing here. So, okay, we're going to go to wardrobe. And so we're going to go like this, colon 8.1. All right, that's what we're going to do. So we can find something specifically. And now look at this, this outfit. All right, now that's not it. Okay, look at this. We have something here. We have, he's got a shield and he's got a spear. Okay. So now, all right, it says here, now we go here to Prop Minion and run this. Okay, so this isn't good. Okay, so let's try putting this armor on him, on this Prop Minion. I don't know that. Midas armor, okay. And these are shield and long spear grip A wearables, okay. Let's try this one. All right, wearables. Let's see what happens when we put this on the Bone Minion. Crash. And I don't think I saved it for a while. I'm not sure where I saved it. So, I don't think I'm supposed to put that on the Bone Minion. I think I'm supposed to put it on a Genesis 8 figure and then move it over. I'm not sure. I think that's what we're supposed to do. I don't know when I saved it last. All right, so this is a Pterodon new. All right. It looks like I may have saved it. Okay, I didn't save it with... Okay, we saved it with the heather. Okay, so... All right, we go here, and I don't know if I saved it with the camera locked, but... Terrain. Okay, and plane. And we're going to go... All right, create a group. Ground all. Okay, accept. And that was after I lowered the heather so that it wasn't sticking up. All right, and okay, that's the ground all. And I think this will look nice once we get maybe Ultra Scenery XT in the background and we put him in some kind of armor with a big spear or something. I don't know. Let's see what we have to do. Okay, so all right, now okay, that's the ground all. We hide that. And then we go to the camera. The camera's not locked. Edit. Object. Lock. All right, we're going to go save this again with everything like this. Now the camera is indeed locked. Now, I don't understand how this works, so maybe what might be a good idea is to go here and watch the beginning of Riversoft's video. Okay, which would be hide items I own here. and here. And if I turn this up, you guys can.
And I'm here today to talk about my upcoming product, Prop Minion. Prop Minion, while not necessarily needing Bone Minion, beautifully leverages the Bone 9 loaded. And traditionally you go, oh, I see this great pickaxes from the adventure output for Genesis 8 female. Let me load it on the left hand, and it comes in, and because the bone name's different, it's not on the figure at all. If you pose the figure, this it won't work whatsoever. So what can Prop Minion do for
Well,
me?
it'll work if you adjust it.
You load a Bone Minion that you want, in this case a Genesis 8 Bone Minion, onto your figure.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do first. We're going to follow him, okay, what he says. So we're going to go out of here to texture shaded. So we're going to load a Genesis 8.1 Bone Minion. See, I don't know which one these are, okay, because, all right, is this the one for Genesis 9? It's like there's so many Bone Minions, like which one's what? All right, it says, it just says Bone Minion 8.1 male. Let's see, 8.1 male. Bone Minion 8.1 male. All right, so what I have to do is get rid of a bunch of these, okay? So we have to go in and we got to edit these windows. This is just too many. I think it's all we have to do is, as long as we own the product, it should work. Okay, so let's go to menus, okay? Menu bar, favorites, Bone Minion. We're going to start getting rid of the remove item. Female, 8 male, female. We have too many. There are too many. We have female, 2 female, this, and this. Now I think that's the, okay. Michael 4, so we have 2 of these, so let's get rid of that. And Victoria 4, and Genesis. Okay, we've got the Genesis 3 female, which we already have. Remove that. Genesis 2 male. Okay, and the user's manual, we're going to remove that for now. Okay, so we've got Michael, Victoria, Genesis 2, 3. This is perfect. 8 and 8.1. It's all okay, so we're going to apply that. Accept that. All right, now what we want is the Bone Minion for 8.1 male. I might have put the female one on him. I don't know. Okay, and we're gonna unlock the bones. Okay, that's what it kind of looked like before. Okay, the camera is locked, indeed locked. Let's save this. Okie dokie. And now it says, so that's what he said. Put the, we're gonna use an 8.1. Let's find our 8.1. Our 8.1 armor we're going to use. Okay. Wardrobe. And we put quotes 8.1, which I love that we can do that now. And that led us to where is he? I think it was this guy. Poses. Okay, these are okay, materials, wardrobe. Okay, wearables. Okay, so this is all armor, shield, and what is that? Okay, now this says for Genesis 8. Okay, so I might have messed up. This one says 8. Oh, 8 and 8.1, but you have to get the right one, I think. 8 Okay, they all say Genesis 8. Armor shield, and what is the other thing? Spear, short spear, grip. All right, these are wearables. Okay, so we have to go back now to Riversofts. All right, create. Okay, now see what he has here. This is in 4K. All right, this is what we're supposed to have here. Create heavyweight bone minion, okay? All right, so he created a heavyweight bone minion. And okay.
Now I'm deliberately using heavyweight bone minions. You don't have to use the heavyweight bone minions for props and accessories, but if you accidentally load a clothing item onto the bone minion, there can occasionally be issues, and DAS can crash.
Oops. Okay, so all right, so then let's try this. Then we'll get rid of this bone minion. And let's do the heavyweight one, which is right here, I think. All right, these are the heavyweight ones. Genesis 8.1 male. Accept. This doesn't seem like it's going to be too hard. Did Art come back and say goodnight to Serenity's Gate? Oh, well, it's very nice. Somebody's got their car like idling out front, and like my fan is like sucking their exhaust into my apartment. So if I just keel over and die, you'll know why. Okay. So, yeah, this, okay, so we did that.
So what you can do, you could easily just say, okay, let me load this hand axe onto the left hand of the bone minion, select the bone minion, start prop minion, and it will detect what it can find on that bone minion. And this.
All right, that was enough for my little brain. Okay, let's see. So we select this and wearables. It didn't load anything. Well, maybe it's still trying to do it. Okay. It loaded all of that stuff onto, and it didn't crash. Okay. So then we open up Prop Minion. Spear, short prop, okay, and clothing items. Okay. Sandals. So all of these have to be auto fit except for, okay, I don't see the spear. Okay, the spear short prop. Where is the spear though? I don't see it. Oh, maybe it's like long ways here, okay? All right. Okay. So let's go back here.
In this case, it found the axe, and we can say, okay, I want to copy the props and accessories onto our target figure, and if there were clothing items, they would be listed here. I don't want to do anything. So I execute, and after a moment,
that takes a little while.
And it's perfectly on the hand.
He put her already in kind of in a pose. That was.
There's the axe hand. So now you can even.
All right. That's enough for my little brain again. Let's see. So it said copy. All right. And what we're going to do also is copy these. because we want to put them auto. So we'll have to auto fit all of his armor on him, but we'll do that too. And a Greaves shield, okay, accept. And then we're going to have to go through all this auto fit stuff. Now we should see this spear copy to his hand. Or it could crash again. So we should see the spear copy, and then all of this, I don't know, I think I copied it also to him. So this is very complex. Okay. So people who, okay, now we're ready. Okay, look. We have a spear in his hand, okay? And it's pointing in the correct direction and all, ready for him to grip it. Okay, this is 8, so we go Genesis 8 male. What is this? The Van braces. Okay, we're going to go with bodysuit tight template because they don't have to fit over anything. Okay, this is what bodysuit tight templates. What's this? Okay. All right, whatever this is. Accept. Shield unsupported. Accept. It looks like it's copying things. What's happening? See, it looks like it's trying to put the shoes on. Okay, we're going to try again here with another one. The shield. This would be for Genesis 8. As soon as it pops up and lets us do something. Genesis 8 male, except we'll just go with these. This is working, okay? For such a complex task as this, it's working. Now, I think Riversoft's thing of like not using this app and just to put clothes on, it's probably a good idea because all we're trying to do is move the props. That's what this is for props. It's not for clothes because we could just put the clothes on you know, and auto fit them without having to copy them from Bone Minion, which is probably the best way to do that. So it's trying, you know, because it's putting clothes on with auto fit is something I already know how to do. But this whole using Bone Minion to put like the shield, the props in their hand. And, you know, the thing is that otherwise the prop would just come in the wrong place, or it would come in on the floor or something like that. And I'd have to move it up and angle it, put it in the right place, kind of. And I'm going to have to do that anyway, but not as much as I would have had to. Okay. That is sitting right in his hand, like it ready for poses to just, it's like it's been to the most part. And the thing is this works with rings, like rings on fingers and stuff, even though it won't place them. You know, moving a ring up from the bottom of the floor and then having to place it on their finger and move it and around, resize it. You'll have to resize it in it anyway. Now, see, these didn't go on his feet. I'm not sure why. Oh, maybe that's what it's trying to do right now. Okay, are those? The braces, the sandals, okay. And let's see what we have here. It looks like it put a bunch of stuff on him already. It's put his armbands. It looks like it put its helmet on him. It's put its vest on him. Now it's doing the sandals. Let's see what we have here. Oh, that put the... doesn't look like the sandals work, okay, but Genesis 8, okay, let's try this. It looks like it just put his robe, his coat, cloak. So we use now the sandals went on, the braces didn't. So we'll have to okay, and I don't know what I did wrong with them, but maybe that was the first item that didn't go on good. So these are what the which one is that? Van bracers? Okay, I might be okay, this is helmet, greaves, armor, inner. Okay, what's this? That didn't work. Okay, now we have two different things with armor. We have our, where is he? The Bone Minion. Okay, he's hidden, but he also has this stuff. All right. And okay, we could hide these things like the helmet and this and that and this and that. We're eventually gonna, okay, and that's okay. So we can get rid of the shorts. Okay, the 3-in-1 shorts and the shield, helmet, greaves. All right, that's the greaves didn't go on right. So we can just go here to wardrobe, where the greaves. Okay, we'll put them on him just straight on like this. All right, unsupported, Genesis 8 male, except. Okay, those will work. I'm sure they will. I'm not sure why they didn't work, but that's okay. And we also have this, so then we can put now these poses on the, okay, the greaves don't work. Not sure why, but I would have to take and edit them. And there's a way to edit them, and now my brain just completely forgets how to. There's a way to separate them and move them apart. All right, well, so that's something for Daz forums. Okay, so let's just get rid of the greaves for now. Until, okay, that's because I think I just put them on the Bone Minion. I have to put the greaves on Wagner. Let's try this. Now, see, it looks like it's trying to put them on him. Okay, let's see. Bodysuit, footwear. Let's go with the footwear template and see if that maybe works. I think that would have to do with high heels and stuff, but maybe just using a different template might do it. Gonna be lucky if that works, because I'm not holding out for that. I don't think it's gonna work, but let's see. No, it doesn't. So the greaves, we'll just get rid of the greaves for now. Okay, where is that? Greaves. Okay, that's down. These are hit right here. Okay, so what we do is we select the Bone Minion again, and we have poses here, and we're going to just right hand, okay, left hand, poses. That was be right hand. Okay. No, that that won't work. This is the left right hand here. It's not working. Reset sandals, okay. Okay, I really need my camera to move here. These aren't actual, okay, simulation settings. Okay, those are that. Utilities, wardrobe. These are not really poses. Prop. Spear grip. Let's try this. We got to select the minion. Z. Okay, this was left, right hand. Okay, that put it in this hand. Z again. All right, let's hide the Bone Minion. I don't think we hit him very well. Okay, let's take our camera. See, this was a lot of work for this to happen, but all we really were trying to do, we didn't need to do all that auto fit stuff. All we needed to do, okay, edit, object, lock. All right, so now we can move around a little bit with the camera. See, this put that exactly where we wanted this spear, okay? And not exactly, but it's pretty close to it. Now the hand grip. Now we, this Genesis 8 Bone Minion, we can take all of these things off of that. Vambrace's helmet, okay, all of this stuff. The only thing we want to leave on here is the spear, and the spear may actually be in his hand. Bone Minion. Okay, there's the spear. Oh, why are we... Okay, we're in... Spear can go. Alright. And notice the hand. There's a pose on the hand that's not been transferred to him. Okay, so let's select this guy here. Look what it did. It closed his hand, and then it crumpled the shield, which is terrible. So we have to take the shield off. And it moved the pose to the hand. Okay, so we still have this Bone Minion for Genesis 8.1. So let's go to poses. And we go here. .1, and we go, this is poses. Where are you? Bone Minion. .1 poses. Okay, let's go by function. What would this be? Gestures, following expression, dancing, action, maybe. Well, that's not working. Okay. So if we filter by context, it should filter only the 8.1. Okay. We need to find one with a spear. See, I think these will work. This Bone Minion won't because it's the 8.1 Bone Minion. So what we would have to do is find now. Why is the spear like backwards? Oh, so we could kind of bring it up like this. Okay, so all right, so we'll go now. What we'll do is we'll delete the Bone Minion. And we'll put in favorites. We have other Bone Minions, so we'll put in our Genesis 8 male Bone Minion. We have to select Wagner, and then we'll go to favorites, Bone Minion. We'll put in our Genesis 8 male Bone Minion. Okay, and then we go to action, and now we have to select the Genesis 8.1 Bone Minion. Where is it? That's the Genesis 3. I selected the wrong one. Okay, let's try again. Let's make sure I don't have an extra one here. All right. Now we go back to favorites, Bone Minion, Genesis 8 male. Okay, that's what I selected, I think. But then we have what here? Okay, we have the Genesis 8 now. And then we go into all files. It would be poses. By function, why aren't these showing up? Genesis 8. Okay, this is weird. It's not showing, I mean, I have, okay. It's not showing the poses by function. All right, let's try it here. By function. Okay, we have this 8.1 here. Something's wrong. Oh, remember we have to use this here. Okay, select a figure. This, we use this here. We use the 8.1 8, Genesis 8 male. All right, let's see what this does. Okay, there's our Bone Minion. Default. Okay, this looks right now. Let's go here. Default. Poses. Okay, this is working now. Okay, so we go action, and this would be Genesis 8 action figures. Action. Okay. Pose. Let's try this. Okay. That tells us that his things weren't actually on his fingers. Okay, and it went into the wrong hand. Okay, Z. Okay, so we can just kind of delete these because those aren't even on him. That may be a problem with a lot of this. Okay, so armor. Which one was that? Armor. What are these? They're part of the sphere? No, okay. This is armor, okay. All right, we go back to, I just had it set wrong. Okay, back to our Bone Minion. And then we can go back here. Poses by action. Okay. I know I have spear ones. Here's one. This might work. I'm doing it with the wrong hand. Okay, there it is. There's something. And this is like totally twisted his pants. And this is what dForce is for, I guess. And we're going to have that mesh smoothing, as we're going to have to take some of this into... all right, I think we're going to use this pose. And we'll twist his hand a little bit so that this isn't connecting with his... All right, let's get rid of the Bone Minion. This is good enough, okay, and we twist his hand here like this. Like that. And bring this up, maybe. Bend it. And take his hand. You gonna let me do this? The hand. Side to side. And what if we take this? See, that's the thing, is we end up doing this stuff anyway. But I guess that works. That's a nice grip. That grip really worked. Okay, now what we're going to do is come in here to this here. We're going to lock all bones. No, not on the spear. On Wagner. Lock all bones. Unlock his left hand. Left hand, okay. And then we can come in here and we'll go to our Genesis 9 poses. Here. Where are you? Okay, there they are. And let's just try some poses on here to get a different hand. That didn't work. Z. Oh, that moved him. Okay, let's try something different. This one. Okay, see, that changed his hand here just enough. I didn't like the fist. See, and that gave us this finger, these fingers here. So it just changed his hand by locking all of him and then unlocking just his hand. And when I put this pose on, it just changed his hand. Okay, so now we can go here to 3-digit times and we can unlock everything so we can work him again. All right, now what we're going to try to do is run a simulation on him. Save this. I think we're going to have a dragon in the sky. Let's see now. Let's go to simulation settings and simulation off. Let's just see what happens when we simulate. Oh shoot, I just realized. Okay, Why did it take him back to the start bones? Oh. Now we have remember our grass was simulated. So remember we have an animated timeline, which that's why I hate using the timeline. Okay, but it should bring us all into this should work. I don't know why it's going back to the memorized pose when it's not supposed to. But let's see what we get when we do this. We're going to have to come in and fix things, but simulating animation. I should have put less frames in this instead of 120. But all it's got to do is simulate him, because it shouldn't be simulating the ground and all of that other stuff, because all of that stuff is hidden. So that stuff shouldn't be simulating. Oh, okay. I understand now, because I think when we put him into the scene, he was in the first frame, he was in the A pose. And in the last frame, he was in our pose. Okay? So it has to simulate the animation. It's not taking him back to a memorized pose, because it started right at the beginning of the animation. It would have done that and then started the animation. So that's why it did this. Because our frame 1, he was in the A pose. That's when we started everything out. So, and as long as we end up at the last frame, the ground should end up where it was in the last frame as well. Even though it shouldn't be simulating right now, because I don't think it is simulating. I should have had the ground on, but I think this is going to work. I think those tassels will start to kind of hang. It's almost done. This, I think I have my 2 graphics cards on and my computer also. I think all 3 of them. I have these new chips, the new Intel chip. Well, it's the latest Intel chip. And I think I left those turned on. We can look and see. But this doesn't look too bad. Here's where, a wind node with his cape kind of blowing in the wind. I have a kind of a peeve with DAZ, because, fabric, it's just so hard to get fabric to look really good. It's like this fabric in the back is just kind of hanging, And you know, I don't know what it is, but like this idea of Charlton Heston with his robes all hanging up in the air, coming down with the wind blowing, and these robes all, like his robes all flying in the air, you know, and thou shalt not, you know, kind of thing. It's a far cry from this robe, you know. You just, this idea of this robe blowing in the wind behind him, and it's like, yes, I'd have to make a wind node, but it's just, even if I make a wind node, I don't know that I'd be able. It's so hard to get fabric to do anything right in this game, you know. It's so hard to get fabric to do the right thing. I think we're done. Okay, so this is what we get. All right, we get this this last little piece kind of going right through his thing. I'm not really happy with the way that worked. The rest of these are kind of good, but okay, they kind of look like they kind of have that fabric thing that I was talking about. They just kind of look like they're doing the right thing. The robe seems to be doing the right thing, and yeah, the robe's not that bad. The only problem, I'm just kind of mad at myself that I didn't put a plane down here, so the robe would like lay on the ground rather than, and I should have pulled the robe out with mesh grabber so it would land on the plane. So probably if I clear this, put a plane in the scene. We're going to go with just 20, 10, and 10. Now we look at this robe, and it looks like the robe isn't going through the plane, but let's look. No, it's not, so we're lucky. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do now is just run that again, simulate again. Best we're going to just go with collision mode is good. Better. So it goes a little faster. Simulate. And now the robe won't, hopefully it won't. What's happening here? This doesn't look right. Something's happened with my camera. Oh, I moved my camera, I think. Cancel. Edit. This is why you lock your camera. All right. This is why you locked your camera, because now I have in the timeline, I have two camera settings. Camera. Delete the camera. Okay, and we'll render this, okay, with, now you got to make sure that his robe is not going through. His sandals are, let's take in this first plane, let's bring the plane down just a little bit so his feet aren't going through the plane. Parameters. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now we go to simulation settings, simulate. What's nice is your perspective view, you can't animate your perspective view. Okay, so your perspective view is always going to be free from adding like keyframes and stuff like that. It's your perspective view is impervious to keyframes. So if your camera kind of messes up, then just delete it, and all those keyframes will go with it. And then put it in your final frame. Put it in the right place where you want it. See, I just don't want his robe hanging like through the grass and through the ground and into the ground. I want it laying on the ground. If it's going to lay anywhere, if it's going to hang and lay, I want it to lay on the ground. And if I have to, then I can kind of pull it up a little bit, kind of with mesh grabber, grab the whole thing and kind of pull it up so it looks like it's laying on the grass kind of thing. I would hope the tassels. Now I changed this so that the I took it from that best and put it into the better, not the worst one, but maybe the tassels will be a little bit less likely to kind of screw up in the front. I'm not making any bets here. But let's hope that tonight maybe they're going to give us this mesh grabber 4, is it? We need mesh grabber 4. We really, really do. I'm really so happy that I solved that problem tonight with mesh grabber, where I couldn't like shape mountains. It's I don't know why I didn't think of it before, because I've spent hours with that little teeny tiny ball trying to push down little parts of the mountains to make them go below the plane, the land plane. And I mean hours just pushing little parts and just having it come out horrible. And if I'd only thought that all I needed to do was shrink that land down so that that little sphere, that mesh grabber sphere, is huge then, and it's not taking any geometry out. Now his feet are going through the ground, but that's okay. As long as his robe is not like just hanging, it's actually going to drape. If it goes down far enough to hit the ground, it will drape on the ground rather than, and collect on the ground rather than go right through the ground. There was no ground there, so I just had to have this plane here so that his robe would drape on the ground, on the plane. It's almost like I could stop him right here and use this, but I don't think the ground would be all the way down. I don't think that the animation of the... I'm not sure what's happening with everything that's turned off. All these things that are turned off shouldn't have... This simulation shouldn't have any impact on them. But it's a complicated thing. So we've had a good stream tonight. We haven't had any more hiccups with our stream. Not sure what did that. I restarted the computer, and when I opened up OBS Studio, I may not have let everything load up in the background. That could have been what caused it. The tassels look like they're a little more natural now looking, but let's see. They're kind of now doing their settling. He's in position, I think, sort of. And now it's just a matter of the tassels doing the right thing. I think we got a better display of the tassels, but we'll see. kind of flinging, and we should get a different, it will render differently than before because of the collision parameters now. We've only got about 5 or 6 more. I think this actually did better than the one more. There we go. And that middle one looks, this looks better now. Okay. And see how that's sitting on the ground now? You couldn't have that without it sitting on the ground like that. See, it's just got to. All right. Some of the most beautiful fabric that we have here in Daz Studio was made by Zeppi. You know those draped fabrics that fly in the wind and everything? You know how he did that and made all those fabrics fly in the wind like that? He probably used the wind nodes and all of that. I don't know, but they're just very realistic and all. It's like that's the way we should all be with the wind node. We should just say, oh, I got to drape some fabric. And, you know, I would really love for his, you know, for this to be flying in the wind like it's windy and it's got that, it's billowing in the wind behind him like he's some sort of force or charge, you know. And this is just kind of like blah, you know. It's just, but you know, it's better than, you know, it was. So it's much better than it was. So there's a little bit of action. Look, it looks like a little bit of action here. Okay, somehow we got back to it's really weird. My viewport, I think when I undid a bunch of stuff, my viewport ended up going back to the old parameters. Not sure when that happened, but let's go to render settings. All right, render settings. Okay, back here. General, we're going to go to 16:9. All right, and we're going to go here like this, and let's close the timeline. And then let's save this. I don't know if I should have saved it, but okay, this ground plane, we don't need it anymore because we used it for what we needed it for. Okay, so I feel like the prop part, doing the, you know, using that prop program to I don't feel like I did that too well. Like it was like I put enough effort into that part so that, you know, it would stick with people. It just seemed to kind of all of a sudden, oh, there's the pose and it's working kind of thing. And oops, suddenly the prop went in his hand. I felt like I should have done like a bunch of examples over and over and over until it kind of made sense. All right, so, but I'm really glad that I bought this. I like to support Riversoft. He just seems like such a nice person. He really does. And you know, some of his products I absolutely can't stand. But a lot of his products are just amazing, and Sickle Yield's the same thing. So you know, because they work on projects together, a couple of those projects I just can't stand, but the majority of them are amazing, amazing, amazing products. So Uh, this one I like, okay? And the Bone Minion, all of a sudden I'm starting to say, you know, if I can remember how to use this Bone Minion, it's kind of nice because I could just pick this. I was able to pick this heavyweight Bone Minion and just pick which one I wanted out of it. It's like right here. I don't need to go up into these scripts and everything. Just pick the Bone Minion. If I'm trying to put something from Genesis, whatever Genesis figure, I can use it. Okay, so this plane, we can turn it off. Now we can turn the ground on and see if our ground recovered from all of this. Okay, and it doesn't look like it did, but maybe it did. So let's see. Our perspective view. Okay, it looks like, yeah, this is the way the perspective view. Oh, okay. Now remember, somehow my camera got switched back to the so we still have, I don't think I deleted the original ground. I don't really like the way this worked here. So I think what I'd like to do here is, okay, let's go to, we're in this whole mess. It's a mess, and I don't really like this. So what I'm going to do, all right, it won't let me do anything right now. I think it's still trying to figure out what the heck I've done here. Okay. Let's turn the ground back off. Now maybe we can drill down into this. There it is. All right, we're going to take some of this stuff out. Okay, this terrain, that's our A zone. We're going to get rid of all of that scatter stuff. And what we're going to do, we're going to still keep the A zone. And the plane on the A zone can go, and plane 2 can go. We'll keep the A zone. Terrain, ground all. Okay, there's our ground. Save this. And what we're going to do is a little trick here. We need our camera back. All right, create. All right, that's where our camera is going to be. And then we take the ground all. We have to remember that we're in the middle of an animation timeline, and it's a very long timeline. I kind of wish I knew how. Okay, I think I maybe do know how, but I kind of wish I could just move these right here, this Wagner stuff, like move them down here. One, and then if I go here, okay, that didn't work. Z. Okay, we're back here. What I'd have to do is, I think, delete this. Okay. Delete this. Tone mapper options. Okay, delete. And then if I take this right here, there we go. Then we don't have, okay, rewind back here. Oh, that didn't work. Again, Z. Okay, not sure what, oh, okay, now that didn't work either. Z. Okay, Wagner, because there's more than that, I think. Okay, then we go here. All right, where? Okay, there's sandals, armor, helmet. Okay, where? Okay. This would be in this armor. Okay, these are all here. Okay, see, that's not working. Okay, like I would think it. Okay, Z. All right, so I guess we just have to keep it here. All right, so this is all still there. It's still working the way we wanted it. Now is it still bunched up on? No, it doesn't look like it is. Yeah, it is. It's just underneath the ground. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so we take this A zone, move that down, and we can see our cloth is still bunched like the way it's supposed to be. Okay, now, all right, what we're going to do, we're going to close this timeline. We just have to keep it there at that timeline. I don't know enough about that, how to move all that to the beginning. So without having to redo all this. So, all right, we're going to take now this, and we have a camera, right? Did I undo the camera? I undid the camera. Edit, create, new camera. All right, here we go. And we're going to look through the camera. And then we're going to create favorites, scripts, ultra scenery creator. I'm going to make this flat, the ground flat like that. And then features, no features, we'll go with, we're just going to use the grasslands here. Oh, let's see, maybe. Let's do this Britain one, okay, and we don't want water, we don't want birch. Nettles are good, I guess. All right, we're going to go now camera, build scene, see what happens here. why are the trees here when I turned them off? Oh, we got oaks. Okay, close this. We messed up here. We got to go back to ultra scene. Scripts, ultra. Let's save this first. Okay. Now we go to scripts again. Ultra scene. Alright, we gotta go build, turn off the oaks. Alright, let's see what we're building. Grass tufts. Loading nettles. Done. Close. Alright, so now we move Wagner up a little bit here. And now we have our ultra scene, our ground here. We're going to just take this out so we don't have all these. We'll just unparent that. Ground all can go. And we'll take this and move that up. Y translate. How far can we come up? Alright, without it coming through. Guess that's enough. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Well, that's kind of interesting. All right, ultra scene. I think we're going to get rid of these tall, weedy kind of looking things. And I don't know what they are, but let's try. Let's see, go here. Scripts, ultra. Alright, I think that's okay. And we build. And these would base ransom. Nettles, maybe. Grass, I think it might be. I wish there was a little picture here. Oh, this is the mask file. Alright, I never even realized this. So this file right here, if you load a black and white image, then all of this makes sense now. Okay, I never even noticed that, but if it's black on the image, there won't be any of those there. And if it's so, let's make a mask. Okay, so we got to find out which one it is. So we'll just close this for now, and we'll go into this here, and we'll turn this on iRay, and we'll see, is it the ransoms, it's the nettles, or which one? We don't have to get rid of them, we just get rid of some of them. Okay, so let's see, nettles, turn them off. Now it's not letting me do anything here. Oh, it's probably because I have to go into memory. Okay. It's probably because there's, well, it's the base ransom. It's only because there's 35,291 of them. Might have something to do with it. Okay, we're able to get here. We turned off the nettles, but I'm not sure. Okay, so if we go into our render settings, optimization, let's set this to memory. Let's see what we have turned on. Yeah, I do have all three of them turned on. I think I'm going to turn off my CPU because it could be slowing things down a little bit. All right, and we go back here now to back to iRay. Now it should start using the system memory. Okay, that's a little better. Now, okay, the nettles are turned off. So that's what it was. We turn them on, see what happens. Just something you can think about, that if you ever really want to kind of combined ultra scenery, like maybe you want to use two ultra sceneries together. Well, as long as you use a flat plane, you can use several ultra sceneries and have like trees from one and all, even though there are ways to do that, other ways to do that. So, okay, so, all right, so we go here and let's go to Photoshop. All right. And let's create a square piece of image. Okay. And this is going to be kind of a little bit of hit and miss. So let's go 1080 by 1080. All right. And then let's just take our paintbrush, hold alternate, make this like that, and then if we hold alternate we can feather it like this. Okay, then we can change this to black. All right, and we're going to go like this. All right, file, save as, save a copy, and we'll go to, we'll save it here in our PNG file, and we're going to call this, we'll save it as a PNG, and save this as US mask, ultra scenery mask. All right, now we close this and we open ultra scenery. We got to make sure we have this selected. Okay, let's go out of iRay. All right. I don't know how this is going to work, but let's try it. Scripts, ultra scenery. We go to this build. We go to Nettles, browse. We go to here, PNG. Here it is. Look at that. Rebuild the scene. Now it won't put those nettles where it's black, I think. Or else it will put them only where it's black and not where it's white. I'm not sure. We'll see. If we have nettles in the middle and none around, then we have to invert the image. Close. iRay. Now, if there's no nettles at all, then I made it too big. Okay. So, but what we can check that, all right? We can check this by looking at our perspective view. All right. Scale down a little bit. Why is my mouse sticky? All right, let's see this. 0. Look, look. I think it worked. Okay. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, now let's see if we can see this now. It looks like, you know, the way that black is, there should be like a visible, yeah, okay, see, so you can see these nettles. There's none in the center at all. So what we can do is we can come back into Photoshop. We can undo this, Z, and we can take this and make it smaller, like that. Okay, and then go File, save a copy. You would think it would remember the name of that. US, what was that called? US mask, was it? I don't remember. Now, let's see. Mask, okay? US mask. So if you ever have plants that are in your way and you want to get rid of them, this is how you do it, okay? It's just you make a black and white image, and obviously the black part is where there's no, okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to, I don't think there's a space in there. US mask, save, replace it. Yes. Okay, that's kind of like funky looking. And now we go here and we go back to our ultra scene. Go out of here. Now we should see these come a little closer, like so we can see that he's like in an area where there's no mask. Okay, so we go to scripts, ultra scenery. We go back to this build. Click this, browse, US. Now I'm not sure, okay, if it's, all right. I wonder, okay, if we click, we have to click none first, then browse, because it might try, just say, oh, it's the same thing, US. It looks like it was, okay, rebuild scene. And that's also, if you think about, if you don't want something to be at a certain place and be all over the map, this is very important because wherever there's black in that map, it won't put those things. Okay? So if you end up with a ton of stuff in places you don't want them, all right, let's look at this again now. We should see the nettles come in a little closer around him. Well, I'm not sure that it's that much closer, but if we look at this, that's about the size of our little circle. So this is our image, and then this. So what if we make this even smaller? Okay, so we go alternate, undo, Z, then we go alternate, like this. I'm not sure where the center is though. Well, it'll tell me somewhere. There's guides here somewhere to view. I don't know if there are guides here. Somewhere there's guides. Guides. Let's try that. I don't know if those are in the center though. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that looks like about in the center. Where are the vertical guides? View. Show guides. Vertical. All right. I don't see where it is. Okay, let's just try to use this. Okay, I'm not sure that worked. But let's go now, save as. We'll save it as a new name. Instead, we'll go mask, US mask 1. 1. And that's going to be PNG, save. Okay. This is the way you make so certain pieces of grass and stuff so they don't come up through the middle of their feet. Okay, now we go back to Ultra Scenery. We go to Scripts. Build, Browse, US, Mask, 1. Rebuild. Done. Close. Array. What's wrong here? Okay. Well, it put a little piece here, but it looks like this. See, that looks like a circle here. Let's go to our camera view. I'm not sure why. Well, let's go here. All right, let's do another thing here. Let's go these base ransoms here. Look how many there are. What if we tried to thin them out a little bit? All right, so if we take this right here, image, and we undo this color, and we go here now with maybe like a gray, and then we go like this with it, make it large. Like that. All right, file, Save as. Save a copy. This would be mask 3. US mask 2. And this has got to be PNG. Save PNG. Large file. All right, let's now go back here. And this is the one, these base ransom, this is the ones that has like a lot of them. All right, so what if we, now I don't know if the mask is going to be actually over here or what, but this is a circle. I can tell that is a circle. It's actually blocked those out. So let's see. That's definitely the center, and this looks like a circle. So we kind of lucked out with that. And then, so we go with this back to our ultra scene. And this was the base ransoms, okay? And so we go now with scripts, ultra, scene creator, here, and our base ransoms, browse, US, this one right here. Okay, rebuild scene. Now we have 35173. Angus, you have a very nice night. Very nice. You take care. 35173 was it? 5173. You take care. Thank you for hanging out with me for 4.5 hours. More than that, because we got the first video got disconnected. So yeah. You take care. Have a lovely evening. What's left of it. Thanks for being here, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It looks like this is kind of thinned out something. There's some kind of thinning here. Now let's see about the amount. 20. I think it was 35. Now it's 20. See, these base ransoms, we just... Now if we go here and take a look at this from our camera view, we probably can't tell that they're thinned out. See, that worked, okay? It worked, and if you figure this is the way the image is, this would be the top of the image, you know? It's not kind of rocket science about how, I don't know how to get rid of the guides. View, guides, clear guides. So if I were to just, boom, hit another one here like that, we could possibly, okay, file, let's see if this, we're at 20,000, like a save, oh, so we've lost Angus. You take care, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. It's very nice to have you here. Very nice, Angus. You have a lovely rest of your evening. It's 12:12. So we're going to go now here with our PNG, and we're going to save this as US mask 3, we'll say, I think. PNG, large. Now that should now, okay, if we write this down, we've got 2145. 2145. This should chop some more of those out then. Okay, they're only in front of the camera here. You can kind of, it looks like you can kind of see that. But let's, now let's open up. Let's go out of iRay. 2145. And we go to scripts, ultra, build. We go here, browse. Okay, US mask 3, 3. And there it is. We load that, rebuild the scene. This 2145 should go down maybe by we'll be at like 1,700. I mean 17,000. What do we got now? Done. Close. 17,000. That was not too bad. Wasn't it a good guess? So it does work. These masks work. So you can cut your geometry out of anywhere by just putting a mask in there. This is another big tip you guys have learned tonight with ultra scenery and using masks. And these masks, I believe, also work in ultra scenery too, but you just have to figure out where to put the mask. Okay, and it's all the mask is a black and white image. And so if I made this more black, it would cut out more. If I made this and brought this down a little bit closer to the center, which I think I kind of put this in the exact, I think this is almost like perfection where this mask that I've made, and it's right in the view, and you can save these masks and reuse them because your camera view is always going to be kind of like up through this, like right about in the center and pointing away. So this is not a bad thing. Now, when we go into iRay, we should be able to kind of, we just took out 8,000 items out of our scene. More than that, it was 35, and brought it down to almost half, 30, over like half. We just took out half of those base ransoms, and this still looks fine. And look, we have some of these Nettles here in the scene, but they're not coming up between his legs like they were before. And I wouldn't have minded to leave a few here, but the Nettles aren't everywhere. They're kind of, you can see, in some kind of variegated pattern. So here we go. Now what this does is it leaves me a little bit of room to work with Ultra Scenery XT. We can put some Ultra Scenery XT in here. So here we go. We take our Ultra Scenery, we turn that off for now. And this zone here, this A zone, we might just get rid of this. Okay, I don't really use Pterodon anymore, because Pterodon, like, because you can see, trying to change the surface on Pterodon, for some reason I couldn't do that. I think, okay, what I'm thinking of is I tried to do that with surfaces on Ultra Scenery, and I think that's where, when you paste Ultra Scenery on top of Ultra Scenery, I think it works on the plane, on the terrain of Ultra Scenery, where it didn't seem to work. It didn't seem to work on the Ultra Scenery plane. Those textures only work on Ultra Scenery planes, and I believe because the textures are weird. They have like an elevation awareness, because if it's on the top of the mountain, it puts snow on the top of the mountain. If it's at the bottom of the mountain, it puts wildflowers at the bottom of the mountain. And so I believe that's why when we pasted that on there, it thought it was like on the bottom on the dirt plane. And so that's why it didn't work. So I'm not sure. I thought I'd had that working before. So, but it doesn't seem to be now. But you know, to have some nice little jagged mountains in the back, sometimes it doesn't have to have trees and stuff. So, but the thing is, we have that option though with, so we're going to just get rid of this A zone here. Just one less piece of geometry in the scene that we have to deal with right now. Okay, so let's get rid of that and save this again. And we're going to go into Ultra Scenery XT and put some mountains in the background here. I was thinking of putting like a dragon's face here, like hello kind of thing. We'll see. All right, so we take this ultra scene, turn it off so we can do something in this scene. All right, now we go, and this will disappear in a minute here. So, but we go to texture shaded. And now we go down here to Window, Panes, Ultra Scenery XT, Add, Resolution 512. Okay, and then we're going to go into Save Location, Browse. We go up one, and this is going to call Pterodon New. We'll call this New. All right, it's not the name of this scene, but let's go Pterodon New. Oh, we got to create one. Pterodon New here. Select that. Okay, that's where they're going to be saved. And then we take our ultra scene here, XT. We go to up here. We're going to go 50 for height. There we go. And that might work. And 25 minus 25, let's go minus 10. And then we go 40. 20. There we go. And 30. 25. Okay, minus 15. All right, there we go. It's kind of like what we had already, but let's see now. Then we go down here to, we don't want water. We want biome. And let's go with conifer, I guess. Now we have to set maximum altitude for the conifers, which would be 25 and minus 15. Conifers, maximum altitude, where is it? 25, 24. We don't want it to go to the exact top. And minus, let's go minus 10. And for the size scale, we're going to go 0.5 for the trees. It's the lowest it goes. And current camera. And that should do it. Now, all right, the material. What do we got for materials here? That's kind of nice. We'll go with that one. And let's save this now and see what we have for what our background looks like. Render. What is our render? I think it's like at 4,000 or something. Oh, we don't have the ground turned on, but this, we have trees in the background. Okay, cancel this, yes. All right, close that. Let's see. Oh, I think it's low. It's like at 1,000 something. Render 1,000. Okay, that's good. We turn on ultrascene. Now we render. See what we have. There we go. And then we can take, yes, close this. I think I want to make that the Ultra Scenery XT go a little higher. So we're going to go minus 20. And then we're going to go 30. 40, and we go minus 30, 50. Okay, and then we go like this. Now we got 50 and 30, so we go down here to go, we'll go 45. Minus 25. All right, so the trees kind of go down and come up. And now let's save this. See what we have. You want to watch this whole thing, you know, there's a few places where I started like stalling and didn't know what I was doing, but then some things there's some massive things that we have learned in this, several massive things, some things that have took me years to figure out, and all of a sudden I figured out in this tutorial. So you want to watch it from the beginning all the way through, skip over the parts that get kind of boring. Okay, we've got to bring the trees up higher. All right, cancel. Let's bring the trees up. Maximum altitude, let's go 40, let's go to 49. I don't like to bring it up exactly as high, okay, as the... Okay, let's try that. We could reseed the trees if they don't. All right, we're going to reseed the trees. Cancel, yes. See, they're almost going up to the top here, but let's see that this is why I make the trees small, so that you get the proximity effect of them being far away, like that land is far away. Okay, so you close this, and now what we do is seed. We just change the seed of the trees and see what happens. And they'll organize themselves in a different place on the mountain. There we go. I don't know if that's the best organization there. Let's try a different one, yes, but you can see what happens. We go to seed, just a different seed. If you write down the seed and you like it, and it's like, wow, I like it, but I'm not sure. If you go back, you'll get the same thing. So, oh, now that's better, but I think I don't want them going up as high on the mountain. Now that's kind of nice. But let's, let's lower their altitude down to 43. 43. To the maximum altitude down to 43. It goes up to 50, so 43 should... I just don't like the trees going to the tippy top. It should make them smaller too. But I'm not sure about that. They're still going to the tippy top. All right, well then we're going to go drastic here. We'll go down to like 35. See what that does. It's kind of interesting. All right, I think we'll leave that. And then let's do something with the sky. Let's take care of... I always save lighting for last. It just makes sense to do that. And skies and HDRIs and all that. Not always. But the sky and the HDRI. We've had so many kind of deep things that we've done. You know, and using that plane to lay across the land, that's kind of a trick, you know. It could be the only thing that saves you in a certain bind when you need to use Pterodon, okay? Or when you're like you have a sand beach or something and you want to have just certain things. The sand beach, you can use that technique, because if your sand beach has big gigantic geometry in it, like big polygons, you drop a plane over it like we did, and you can put footprints. If you make that plane fine enough, you can copy the texture of the sand onto the plane, and just in the area where your character's walking, you can have footprints, and have them actually impress them right with mesh grabber, impress them right into the, so you don't have to have, the whole island doesn't have to be very high quality a sand texture or geometry. It can be very low poly, except for the area where the footprints are behind your figure. So and that's all by having a plane just drop onto your geometry and then kind of hide it and make it work and meld into your geometry with the same texture. So okay, here we go. Let's put a plane behind all this. So, because as you well know, I use planes in the background. It's divisions. Okay, let's go 12, I guess. And plane. Z. Okay, scale. X. All right, and then let's find some kind of base color, browse, and HDRI all. Let's do this sunset. Well, that didn't work. Well, let's see what it looks like. I think we have to move the image around on it. Well, that's not bad, but okay, we have to put something in our environment map here. Well, maybe if we put the same thing here for our environment map, and this is called, it should be right, where is it? I gotta look. It's called 3D Lab. All right, so we go to parameters, 3D Lab, there's right at the top. Okay, and we just kind of lost something, but maybe we'll get it back once we rotate this a little. I think the sun is behind our plane. So we go to dome rotation, and I'm sure it is. Okay, what have we got here? All right, we're going to take and bring up. We're going to turn off our ground for a moment. It's slowing everything down. Okay. And let's now go back to our environment. Let's crank this up a little bit more, like to 5. I'm not feeling this map right now. Okay. As being the, but I think I'm gonna like what, I'm not feeling this right now, but okay, so but this in the background, the plane, this may be our ticket here. Okay, let's go to, we can see this plane in texture shaded mode. Yes, this could be our ticket. Scale this. Okay. Like that. Okay, but we've got to change our environment light. So let's go here now. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, we haven't added this. We've just added it to our base color. We have to add this to turn the glossy color to black so we don't get a shiny sky. And then we come down here to emission color. Put it there, turn this to white, and then we put it on our luminance as well, and now we have an HDRI there, and we can put this to like 4 maybe. Okay, and now we go, we could take the temperature down a little bit. Okay. We don't need to go quite up to 4. We go to 2. All right. Bring this over a little bit more. And we could take this base color. bring it down a little more. And save this. And then we go here to our environment. Options. I don't like the sky. So for the HDRI, for the dome here, so we're gonna go to parameters. We're gonna just find something else for this. I have things that are much more dramatic. Let's try this Alps field. That's a 20K map. See how he lights up. It's going to take a moment for that to light, and we remember we have this at 5, so it might be bright. It's taking its time. There we go. All right. You're going to give us back our... It's loading into the... I think it's being compressed like crazy, okay? Now we have this really kind of high. Let's go back to 2 on this. Okay, and we'll turn on the ground and see what that looks like. And now let's give this a quick render. That's nice. So there we go. Here's our scene. So, yeah. That's pretty. So, yeah. Okay, now I'm having a problem with the ground here. Okay, so as you can see, there are like leaves underneath all of this, and I kind of feel like it should be green instead of like this orangey kind of like yellowy leaf color. So I think we're going to explore that next. Now all of this is going to reticulate. It'll take thousands of iterations, but all of this will become kind of really sharp and clean. So let's close this down. Let's turn off Ultra Scenery XT maybe for now, and let's go into here, into this mode here. And this is our terrain, and if we go here to our terrain here, I think what we can do is base color. See this? Okay, this is really strange. Okay, here it is. See this ground cover? Diffuse color. What if we just go, what is this called? This is autumn leaves. What if we just go none? And we make this kind of like a greenish color, like earthy green, like this. And make it dark. All right. Now let's go back to our render. That worked, I think. Yeah, see, now we don't have that kind of yellow poking through. It's like grassy. All right. Save this. Cancel, okay. We can turn back on our close that. Ultrascene. Save this. And let's set up our render settings. I think we're almost done, people. We're going to be probably another 5 minutes here for the night. Yes, yes, yes. So it's 12:45. It's almost 2 o'clock, where we're going to get to see the new stuff that's going to come out in the Daz store for today, for Monday. Monday. It is Monday already. In my part of the world, it's been Monday for 46 minutes. Yes, it has. All right. So we are looking at our render settings, and we're going to set this up to about 4,000. Okay. And we're going to go to progressive renders, set that up to high, this one up to high, turn that off, save it again. And there's one other thing I have to do, okay? The only thing that could be really flawed, which we don't see, and rather than saving myself the time, we're going to turn off ultra scenery for now. Make sure my camera's locked. No, it's not. Okay, Z. Okay. What did I just do? All right. Okay, we'll save this again. What did I undo? I hope it wasn't the color of the grass. All right, I think we got to look at the grass again. The terrain. Turn that on, maybe. It won't let me. Well, I can still look at it, even though... Okay, that's still that color. All right, maybe it was darker, I don't know, but I think it's still enough. Okay, so... All right, so what we've got to do is look... All right, lock the camera. Edit so I don't mess with it. Lock. Okay, camera's locked. Now we go to perspective view, and we're going to select Bogner, select his hand, and we're going to look at his hand, because this is the only part really that could be awry, and it is. You see that? Where we could just take this pole, and we're going to go here and select his hand. Right hand, okay, we're going to go here. This is a right hand. We're going to go to power pose. Here, right hand. We're going to pull that closed like that. I'm going to bring this finger up. and make sure the fingers. See, this is stuff you have to do. I'm not sure if that's like the best place to seat it in his hand, but the thing is that it's close enough to write. Where it's not going to be horribly wrong. Okay? Just that's the only part on his body right now that really has a close contact kind of thing. Like his hand here is nothing in his hand, and his mask, his hat those usually go on pretty well with everything. Now there's a possibility we look at these, they could be going through his leg, but I don't think they are. He actually has hair on his legs, which is kind of interesting. I think this is this is actually what was Wagner. Okay, yeah. So if these things were actually going into his leg, that could be another problem, but they're not. Okay, now this one's got a little something weird going on, and this one, but they're okay. I'm going to leave them. All right, now his cape doesn't seem to be coming through anywhere. Like, you don't see his clothes coming through his cape, which you can't see that anyway. It's in the back. These are things you want to check right before you render, just to make sure that everything is correct. And the mask is the helmet, it seems to be in the right place. Yeah, this is definitely Wagner. So, yeah, all is well. Wagner has very light skin. Okay, so we go back to our camera view, and we're going to click save, and that took care of the hand. And now we make sure I haven't turned off the ground or anything, and I did. Okay, the ultra scenery ground is back on. We'll save this again. And I tend to think that this might have been a little nicer. Okay, failed to save because it's trying to save my iCloud. It's trying to save the last time. Okay, so it should let me do this now. I tend to think, you see how straight the ground is. I just picked the 0, hills, but it wouldn't have hurt for him to have been kind of on a hill, and for this to maybe dip down a little bit, to have had a little bit of curvature to this. I could have just put him kind of at the top of wherever it was. So I don't know that picking the flattest piece of land was the best idea, because if it had curved down, it might have had a little bit of a nicer kind of more natural look than this flat piece of land. It doesn't look that bad, but just an afterthought. Okay, so now we go into parameters. Okay, into our render settings. This is all should be good. We're at 4,000, 16 by 9, and you always want to make sure that your sky isn't like accidentally like in a little bit, and you could end up with a little bit of checkerboard here, because we are using a plane as a sky, and that's all good, both sides. So we click, we already saved it, so we're just, and it looks like it says save up here, there's no asterisk. So we are golden. Here we go. We're going to click and do a Final render, people, final render. I have been at this for 5 hours. And it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. All is good. All is good. It's good. Things are good. I got some pork chops in the refrigerator calling my name. I'm going to have some pork chops maybe on a bagel. Sound good? This because fingers would have been sticking way out, you know, and that's why you do that. Okay, look at this sky, and if you notice, you see this effect on the trees. That is because I turned this sky into an HDRI, and it's actually shining its colors back into the scene. Okay, it's not just an image. If I just put that on the base, it would have been just an image. But because I put it in the same image in the emission and turned the emission on, and I also put it on the lumens, and I also added some like a 2 to the beginning of the luminosity. Then it's actually putting off light, and it's sending the light back into the scene. If I had made it really extreme, it would have kind of blown these trees out, but we might have actually gotten a rim around our figure here. So this skin looks beautiful. Daz really did well. It kind of makes me think that maybe Nathan could be a little bit darker than, these knees, the redness on his knees, very nice touch. Very nice touch, Dad. Okay, look what we've got here. Okay, this isn't bad. This is his skirt, and that's coming in from behind, down, in between his skirts. So that's right. Okay, now another thing, we look at the textures of the terrain, and I think if you give the terrain more geometry, the textures actually change and look better on this ground. This looks a little blown out to me, but it's okay. All right, what's nice is our sky isn't blown out. These clouds have some real definition to them. Okay, if this HDRI had been even at a 20K, if it had been stretched all the way around these, we'd be getting only a tiny. This whole sky would have just been this area, okay, and that wouldn't have been nice. So look what we have for detail, because we used this really looks like it needs sub D, and so just certain things that I see here this isn't bad, but yeah, I have to stop this. We're at 55 iterations. See if I can put sub D on this. Where would this be? Ultra, the biome, furs. I think it's this right here. This is our plane. So let's go create an edit, object, geometry. That did it. See, it just smoothened out these mountains a little bit, just enough to make me happy. Okay, and okay, now if I were to come in here and add a little more geometry to this, I think it would change the whole shape of the land, and I'd have to kind of start all over with setting up the land. We're going to leave that. So as long as those jaggies are out of the ground, I think I'm going to be happy with this. They're out of the mountain. So let's see what we've got. Yeah, you know, it's like I put a lot into my scenes, and I think a lot of Daz artists do that, you know, and it makes me kind of think, you know, if people realize how much, see, look at this. This is so much better. It's just, it's finished now. The land looks like land, okay? This looks a little bit kind of, you know, weird, but it's okay. It's a little bit fantasy, you know, so it's kind of otherworldish. The Aegean area, you know, the Mediterranean, it just kind of does have that. And this looks a little bit sharp for my taste, but that's the way that's going to be. I think it will reticulate better. It looks kind of grainy now. We're only up to like iteration number 13. All right, this is going to do it for me, and our guy is looking good. I think his skin is maybe a little shiny, but then when I look at it kind of up close and inside here, I wanted to tell you guys about something that I thought about. A lot of times hair products for men don't have armpit hair, and that's a good thing you can do. You can just take your figure and put paint a little bit of armpit hair. If you've been keeping up with my tutorials, you can go into the Daz hair thing and just put a little paint, some of those little black spots here, and put a little bit of hair and kind of like mess it up a little bit, and voila, you have armpit hair. So the same for nose hair and you know, ear hair. So you can do that with the strand-based hair, okay, and add hair. So you take care, people. Have a wonderful evening. I'm going to leave this to render. We're up at 247 iterations. I've got the hiccups, and so we've got to go to at least 2,000 until all of this armor here gets nice and smooth, and all these little kind of, and also these trees get a little bit more defined. So the sky looks beautiful. Very good. Lithium Logica, thank you very much for hanging in and watching, and for coming in and leaving your lovely comment here in the chat. It's very nice to have you here. Thank you for coming, and I hope you guys get a chance to go back and watch this whole thing. Yes, it's 5 hours. Just skip through the parts. That's what I do when I kind of look back over them. I skip through the parts when I can't figure this out and I figure that out. It's very easy to just kind of jump around, skip through the parts, but you will find some very nice tidbits in this video today. So take care. Much love, and I will talk with you all again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. Have a good rest of your night or morning, depending on what part of the world you are in, or if it's in the middle of the day, or brunch, or early evening. Take care, people, and again, much love. I will see you again in the next tutorial. Alrighty, bye-bye.